Good evening. It is Saturday. It's time. It's time. Very much time. How's everyone doing? Welcome, Charity Champs, Wildfire Strategy Informer, and King Alpha. Hope you're doing all well. Yes, that's what I like to hear. You know what time it is today? We start a new reading journey. Since unfortunately we cannot really finish the old reading journey, but I'll find a way around it. Maybe on Discord. Anyways, we do talk. No, we read, not talk. We read Undefeated today. Which is about MMA. MMA furries. Which is a actually pretty cool combination. I like MMA, I like fighting sports. I grew up watching Jackie Chan movies like so many others. Don't just have a passing interest in fighting. I actually did also watch the UFC. I don't do any more because kind of lost its luster for me, personally. But yeah, this is something I'm looking very forward to read and experience. Hopefully we get some cool storytelling. From what I've read, we will do. All right. Without further ado, I'm gonna go right in. I'm gonna start this shit show. And we are already in. Very much so. Undefeated is intended for audiences age 18 or older. This visual novel contains scenes that includes intense graphic violence, flashing lights, substance abuse, and strong language. Reader discretion is advised. I will just say this. I've probably read worse. Am I back? Yeah, it looks like it. I'm back. Sorry about that. Woo. Okay. Yeah, but the start of the menu music really sounded like a James Bond track. Almost a bit like GoldenEye. Interesting. Okay, let's start. All right, kid, you're up. The chill of the metal floor nearly shocks me out of my focus. This place has been underground for some time now, so it only makes sense that the floor is this cold. I step onto the elevator, accompanied by an attendant. The stout is dressed in formal black clothes, like a dealer at a casino. From an outside perspective, it's probably a pretty strange contrast next to me. Doors close behind us. The world I've come to know so far vanished behind me. Just like that. This is the path I've chosen. The elevator's waking growl shakes me back into my senses. And with those senses, my anxiety. So, my eyes start to the stout. He's turned his head down to face a tablet. Standard procedure stuff, really. You read the contract. Rules should be familiar to you. No eye gouging, no killing, no foreign objects. His speech trails into more of a drone. Can't seem to focus on him. There should be a fire in my stomach right now. That burning desire that everyone that belongs here has. It was with me earlier. But right now, all I can do to keep myself from throwing up. Maybe that's what that burning feeling actually is. The stout keeps speaking. I should probably listen. Your contract requires you to win at least one fight before you're allowed dismissal. If you faint, submit, are forced out of the ring for 10 seconds, or are unable to fight for any reason, you lose. My ears twitch at the last bit. He looks up at me. Any questions? I realize now I've been staring straight at him the whole time. So I nod as if I've been paying attention the whole time. My mouth feels dry, welded shut. I don't know what I'll say, but he's expecting an answer, so I breathe out and nod. My breathing is a lot shakier than I expected it to be. In fact, my whole body is tensed up, like cables holding up a suspended bridge. I can't force myself to relax. I think the stout notices too. His paws rests itself tenderly on my shoulders. Hey kid, take a breath. His expression lightens up. You're going to do fine. Everyone's first time is like this. I open my mouth to speak, but all I can muster is just another shaky breath. You're Alex, right? Swallow. It's Zander, actually. Pauses and looks down to his tablet. Says Alex here. Listen, Alex. Just your first fight in the big leagues. Don't get so nervous. People don't start judging till the third or fourth fight. Just do what you know you have to do. And when that bell rings, don't stop until you hear it ring again. And not still too queasy to actually respond. That's right. Been training for years. I should be ready. I drop the tension in my shoulders. I roll my neck, feeling the muscles stretch out. I won't stop for anything. The elevator's whirring had become ambience at this point, only noticeable by a few absence. Only noticeable by its new absence as the elevator rolled to a stop. The stout tapped on his tablet, scrolling his paw up a few times. One second, I'll just refill my glass. Gotta keep hydrated, right? Gotta keep hydrated. It's a big glass. A very big glass. And I haven't drank that much today either. Should have been. I need to catch up on my fluids. Alright. So your opponent today is Doubt's brows furrow uncomfortably. His muscle contorting to a slight frown. Oh, this man has a special place in my heart for its pretty realistic and relatable portrayal of some mental issues. Zander is a very sympathetic character for me. Hope you enjoy. Oh, I heard good things about it, so I bet I will. Maybe I'm also already pre-biased, but no need to worry. You'll just be fighting. Oh boy, you got the goddamn Dark Souls end boss of this visual novel. I'm sorry, boy. That doesn't seem right. A queasy feeling leaks back in from the pit of my stomach, like a ship slowly slipping underwater. It says that your opponent today is Bruce. Bruce Lee? Probably not. Which, can't really be possible. He laughs. It feels genuine. Well, that figures. Even our system can get mixed up sometimes. I'm sure it's just an error on my end. I do wish I could at least tell you who it'll be, though. That usually puts some people at ease. Yo, Fuwanovel, what's up? Yeah, it's Batman! Oh, it's your first time? Welfare. Okay, that's gonna be fun. Also, welcome Alex Waff, obviously. Sorry. Welcome, Ivanu. Hope you're all doing well. I think that sort of went out of the window when you said I'll be going against Bruce. He laughs again and my anxiety melts a bit when he does. I've been in this elevator for what feels like hours. Nice to hear someone act so casually. Yo, Beastman! Just then, the doors slide open. Then a second set of doors immediately behind them. Behind that is inky blackness. I have no time to be nervous. I have no energy left to waste on it. The more I focus on the anxiety at hand, the worse off I'm going to be. His paws claps against my shoulder. Well, whoever it is, knock him dead, kid. I nodded. Thank you. My feet are grateful to leave the cold surface, though a part of me didn't want to leave. I didn't want to interrupt. I appreciate that. If Bruce is a bat or a shark, I swear. But now the doors have shut, and all I have is me. No one can change what happens to me from this point on. I am responsible for what happens. Though, I wouldn't mind if someone turned on the lights here. Just like the elevator, the air here could only be described as stale. Makes sense, given how far underground we are. It's a little chilly, though. Not the ideal temperature for fighting conditions. But I imagine that will change once. Ah! Ah! Fuck! It takes me a moment to adjust to the lighting. I'm familiar with the layout, but it kind of surprises me how much bigger it is than on TV. A wide circular room with a ceiling that stretches at least 20 feet above the floor. If I squint hard enough, I can make out a few cameras pointing down at the space. Huge stage lights pour down into the space. Shit's brighter than the sun, it feels like. Oh, right, the sun. Two massive glass panels reflect the arena back at me. I can assume they're one-way mirrors. They can see me. I can see them. That's actually a pretty cool idea. Like, the audience isn't basically there. It's just the two fighters, and they just are going at each other. No, it's just silent. Just got major Beyblade vibes, yeah. I creep closer to the center of the arena. The barren concrete of the floor could fit a small crowd. Closer to the center, a wide circle, maybe 35 or 40 feet in diameter, had been painted along the floor. I've seen this all before, but this was my first chance actually seeing it up close and personal. Most people don't get the chance to do this. Lucky me. Please wait at your designated mark behind the ring. I nearly jump out of my hide. The small voice spoke plainly over the intercom. Forgot that people were watching from those cameras. Thousands of people. Shake it off, shake it off. I loosen my joints on my way to the designated mark behind the ring. The only thing that stands before me is the paint on the ground and the elevator door on the opposite end of the room. I've been staring it down for so long, half expecting it to not open. Then it opens. Bruce. The elevator door closes, and I can see him much clearer. It really is him. Words fail me. My heart picks up in pace and my breathing follows suit. I feel small. Well, smaller in comparison. I had known his body was weathered when I saw it on TV, but seeing it up close like this was like nothing I could have imagined. Scars littered his body. One crossed his snout, with a few marking past attempts on his chest and midsections. This will be a short visual novel, huh? I don't know. Maybe it'll be longer than we expect. I can tell you that the file size is around 300 megabytes for the install visual novel, but that doesn't mean a lot. And I know you were joking. Just always lean into it. I think I remember his stats back when I would watch his fights. 7 feet tall, 350 pounds. The size seemed so trivial before. But now that he stands across the ring from me, I realize how it feels up close. Like the chill of death skittering down my spine. He opens his eyes, that piercing yellow gaze boring holes into me. And I realize I've been staring right into him this whole time. His brows furrows much like the attendants earlier. His stoic, solid stance stutters. His jaw crunches up near the edge. And he starts to laugh. Loudly. I jump with how sudden his outburst was. Are you serious? Are you serious? Is this a prank? It's just a prank, bro. The dinosaur points to a camera. Is this you, Frank? Booking me a fight like this? Bruce laughs. A few more weak chuckles. I must want to laugh too. The beast folds his arms over his chest, smiling down at me. So, kid, what's your name? My body's trembling again. There's no way this is happening. I'm not about to leave my opponent unanswered. Zander. I spat the name like the frog in my throat was leaping out. Bruce thumbs at the stubble on his chin. His mouth was still curled up in a selfish smile. Zander, eh? Nice to meet you. Dinosaur does not extend a handshake. So, how did you get here? Is this some kind of charity thing? They usually only bring me down here for title fights. No, flashes a toothy grin. You want me to sign something? I didn't bring a pen. This is my... Bruce moves into the circle toward me. I consider backing away, but the man clearly has no personal space issues. He reaches out, clutching my arm. His grip is tighter than I had imagined, which was already pretty fucking tight. The leathery palm presses hard into my fur, and I swear it nearly scratches my skin. Congrats, you're that unintimidating. I'm not here as a fan. I yell mostly out of fear, thinking it would stop him. I'm a fighter. As I cry out, Bruce pulls my arm, and subsequently the rest of me past the markings of the painted ring. Once I cross over, a tone rings out over the arena. You know that tone. That's the start of the fight. And by the look frozen on Bruce's face, he knows it too. He should at least by now. Maybe if I act now, I can't catch him off guard. The attendant did say to start as soon as the bell rings. I'll stun Bruce with a strike to the liver. Once he's disoriented, I'll force him out of the ring. Not like there's any way I'll render him unconscious. It's unfortunate that Bruce grabbed my right arm. Man, we are going to get wrecked. I'm no southpaw, so giving a power strike with my left arm is a bit awkward. With the bell tone still fresh in my ears, I plant my right foot. Even more awkward with Bruce holding onto my biceps. But I should be fine. My hips twist themselves violently to the right, and with them, my shoulders, following by a newly formed fist. Bruce's right arm had been on the one to grab my biceps, though his side was totally unprotected. My lips flare up slightly as my blow connects. Half of from the ferocity with with which I struck the other half is from the sting his skin had inflicted onto my bare fist. I swear, I must have scraped my knuckles. Yeah, it makes sense because he's a dinosaur, right? Those goddamn scales. Bruce's body is more akin to the heavy bags he spent countless hours practicing on. That thick leathery skin wasn't just a myth people claimed dinosaurs had. That hide is dangerous. What's more, Bruce hadn't even flinched from the blow. In fact, I feel his grip on my arm as firm as ever. I'm almost scared to look up. Yeah, we are going to get wrecked, Wildfire, you are right. We are so fucked. Bruce took care of that for me, though. Without much of a chance to retaliate, my right arm is wrenched uncomfortable into the air. Something snaps. I grit my teeth, letting out a weak growl as Bruce throws me behind him, my body crashing down into the center of the space. Yeah, we are fucking dead. I scramble to orient myself upright, with my feet shuffling along the concrete. It's all I can do to keep the focus of my shoulder. It's a pain I felt before, but not one that I really wanted to feel ever again. He dislocated his shoulder. Ow. If it's not broken, it's definitely dislocated. Not that it really matters. Bruce's shadow loomed over me, silhouetted from the light above. I can't read his face. I don't really know what kind of shit luck you got. Shit luck got you in a fight with me. I'm on my feet now, though. I could hardly call my stance steady. Bruce doesn't move. But I've got a job to do, and judging by a little stunt, he seems to do too. This is bad. Obviously. Think, you fucking idiot. That liver shot should have taken him out, but it didn't. And now you can't move your arm. The only attempt I make to move my shoulder erupts in even more pain. Feels like it's about to burst. A desperate cry tries to burst from my throat, but his grip traps it inside. I feel his leathery palm tighten around my throat. I gasp out, trying to speak, but all I can muster is a desperate choke. His claws stick into the side of my neck. My feet leave the cement, Bruce lifting me off the ground by my throat. Bruce carries me like a sack of dead weight to the edge of the ring. I know I'm dangling just outside the edge of it. Well, Zander, you don't look really all that great right now. So this fight seems unfair. Yes, it does. But I feel like there's a reason for it, why it happens the way it does. His gaze pierces through mine, my body dangling uselessly at the end of his limb. Oh, by the way, welcome back, Orion. You may be wondering, Zander, how did I get into this situation? Well, it's quite a story, isn't it? How did I end up in this mess? Well, let me tell you. Bruce flashes a wicked grin. He looks ecstatic, insatiable, despite having done this countless times. A chill crawls up my body as his free hand traces my midsection. You're pretty well built, he snorts. Or a shrimp. I don't know if I should try to respond. The larger man lets out a grunt, and a sting breaks through my midsection. My face crumbles up. Bruce's fist is forcing its way against my abs, and judging by the pain, it's found its target. My left arm reaches up to his wrist in an attempt to fight back. The same explosive pain streaks up my torso again. Bruce had reeled his fist back before I could even see it move. I feel my lungs flattening in my body as the strength leaves my body. Tears trickle down from my shuttered eyes. I can't breathe. I can't move. I look up and just stare into his eyes. Looks like I got the fight squeezed out of ya. I wonder if he can feel my fear. If he can understand my thoughts. If he can, he probably doesn't care. If this does end up being charity, I'm probably in a shit ton of trouble. I don't think I would laugh if I could. I don't think I would laugh if I could. I tried to communicate with my concession to the dinosaur through my eyes, but my right arm dangles uselessly to my side. I can't feel it, but I know it's there. My left arm is draped across his wrist. Bruce just stares into my eyes. I'm going to die. See you soon, kid. He spoke shortly, like a promise rather than a threat. Tears were still crawling down my face. Watch this guy be the most gentle out of the fight. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's in the ring. In the ring, it's do or die. So, of course, he's gonna be brutal. Ooh. I haven't really made sense of what Zander is. I think he's some kind of deer kind of deal. Because you can see that he has sawn off horns here. Can see the sawn off horns. Oh, I was right. Orion says deer. I was right. Which is kind of funny, since when go deers in fight? That is such a weird combo. I think they put... I think they did that on purpose. It's fine, wildfire. It's fine. You spoke shortly. Like a promise rather than a threat. Tears were still crawling down my face. The distance between our faces extends, with Bruce pushing my head away from his as he reels his back. My face is pulled forward, aiming straight for the dinosaur's head. Oh God. He just completely knocked him out. My vision goes white. I don't even feel the headbutt. I don't really feel anything right now. Is he still alive? Did Bruce just kill Zander? I don't remember hitting the ground, but I guess I'm here now. People are standing over me talking. This was Bruce's story all along. People are standing over me talking loudly. Christ. I should probably open my eyes. It's pretty dark still, but I can see a beacon of light. A dark shadow stands before it. The shadow shifts, stepping into the space, and a second later the darkness swallows the light from either side. So I'm gonna call it now. And I'm not sure if that's correct, of course, but I'm gonna say that Zander got his ass handed to by Bruce. And I feel like outside of the ring, Bruce and Zander gonna strike up a friendship at some point. And Bruce is teaching Zander how to really fight. It's gonna be my thing for now. But I feel like it's not gonna start right away. I feel like they're gonna be at odds with each other first. One of the men standing to the other side of me grips my left shoulder gently. Can you stand? I grunt and pull myself up to a standing position, albeit incredibly unstable. We need to ask you a few questions. Try to stay awake for us, bud. To be frank, sleep sounds fucking amazing right now. Everyone is so loud. Welcome to Concussion Central, Zander. Enjoy your stay. Or. Zander has this it's completely outlandish right now, my thesis, but listen. Zander has like these sawn off horns, right? And Bruce headbutted him. What if Bruce accidentally killed himself because one of the horns poked his eye and went into his brain or some shit? I mean, it's still sawn off, but they were still there, right? Wouldn't that be something? The theory crafting live on stream. And then later Zander has to wear head padding. What is your name? Zander. Where are you? I sigh. A FANG League fight. We're in the ring if you want specifics. Do you remember what happened? My head hurts. The lights are way too goddamn bright. Zander took just a position for someone, didn't he? He just snuck in for Alex and got fucking yeeted. I got knocked out and I think my shoulder is fucked. They give a chuckle and mumble something under their breath. The person keeps asking me questions and I keep answering them. They take me to an elevator, then straight to the med bay to put me in a gown. Just go through the motions, waiting for them, waiting for when they'll let me take a nap. Few nurses wheel me around from room to room, running a few tests. I'm glad I just have to sit still for the most of it. It's all kind of a blur. Just answering whatever questions they throw my way. After a few hours, they declare my concussion is only mild and give me the go-ahead to get some sleep. After a few... Thank God. The hospital bed is really firm. reminds me of being back home. Not a bad thing per se. I actually enjoy a firm mattress. So it's not the cops. No, it's probably just the producers or just the people that do the fights here and make sure he doesn't die. Feels kinda spicy to me. Though I doubt something as simple as a mattress firmness is going to keep me from sleeping tonight. Can barely keep my eyelids open. Oh yeah, he's gotta sleep. For a few seconds, I see that scene from before. Like it's burned into my vision. The dark figure standing in the light. I swear it was waiting for me. I don't know how long I've been sleeping, but it feels nice to have my eyes closed. I've just been laying here for a while. The electronic drone of my room was getting on my nerves, though. A slow sigh crawls out of my muscle, and my eyes finally pull themselves awake. I must have been crying. My eyes haven't been that heavy in a long while. The sterile wild ceiling stares down at me. I crane my vision back to my left, and some memories of the night before flood back into my head. Seems I've been hooked up to an IV and an EKG machine. And my right arm is in a sling. Fucking great. My attempt to sit up was immediately met with resistance through a heavy, dull pain shooting through the center of my skull. Fuck. I pushed through the pain, fading away with a few pulses, like a heartbeat through my brain. I can hear a conversation outside my door. Sounds like people are talking loud, but it's a ways away. I lean back into my pillow and my face scrunched up in discomfort. No use fighting my injuries. I can't seem to get free. I might as well try to get some more sleep. Is what I wanted to do. The dull sound from outside my door had grown much, much louder. I think I recognized the voice. I'm afraid that's the only conclusion here. Don't explain it to me, explain it to him. The door to the room I'm laid down in is forced open. Light from the hallway pours in, and I'm blinded if only for a moment. Shadow casts into the room, but it hesitates. Bruce, ready for round two? Bitch, I'm back! Oh, for fuck's sake, get in here! Judging from the other person's yelp and the way they stumbled into the room, someone else may have pushed him. After regaining his footing, he looks to the door, then to me. Before me stands a nervous-looking rabbit. He's dressed rather well, sort of similar to the attendant on the elevator from before. His eyes catch mine, and his demeanor loosens up. Hello there, Alex. I narrow my eyes. My name is Theodore. I'm the commissioner's assistant. The figure by the door scoffed. My eyes snap over to him. Bruce. He's leaning against the door, arms crossed over his chest. Never seen him act so mellow. Yeah, we were right. He's probably totally chill outside of the ring. Theodore clears his throat. Yes, the rabbit adjusts his color slightly. You've, met Bruce? I let out a sigh. I have. I nearly fucking killed him. The voice cut through the tension. It somehow only seemed to add to it. Bruce moves from his spot on the door towards the two of us. I can see Theodore's eyes dart away, and he takes a step back from the approaching dino. Is he seriously Bruce's boss? Bruce steps in front of my bed. You wanna tell him why the fuck that happened? The rabbit manages to keep his posture upright, but his ears fold down. He really must not want to be here. Yeah. He takes a shaky breath and steadies himself. You certainly were popular. Your fight with Bruce put our rating through the roof. I blink. Thanks. Get to the point, Ted. Right. Long ears must suck in the underworld. Yeah, they probably do. Theodore clears his throat. Obviously, this was unintended. According to a quick manual review, you should have been involved in a lightweight bout tonight. We can't exactly explain what happened, but for some reason, Bruce was your opponent. The rabbit readjusts his tie. Now, in terms of your contract. Typically, you need to win one fight before the duties of your contract can be considered fulfilled. And I can understand why you'd like to back out. Unfortunately, there's a bit of a snag. Bruce rolls his eyes. Because of the nature of our automated matchmaking system, anyone that fights the champion is momentarily set in a special tier of their own. If they win, they become the champion. If they lose, they return to their tier. And you don't have a tier to return to. Looks at both of them. Really, I couldn't tell. So, you remain in this momentary tier. It sounds like he needs to say more, but he stops. He glances at Bruce for approval. My heart feels like it's ready to drop. I don't understand. It means you're stuck fighting me. Oh no. Oh no, it's the Groundhog Day. It's the MMA equivalent of fucking Groundhog Day. Oh no. Oh, oh no. Oh no. Oh, oh, Zander, you're so fucked, dude. No. So it's either fight Bruce until you win, or you're going to be stuck here forever. Fuck your life, dude. Like, seriously. This season of MMA called fuck this one guy in particular. Poor guy is so screwed. Oh shit, no, no. I don't understand. It means you're stuck fighting me. Bruce's voice barks out again, scaring Theodore and nearly scaring me. And it means you're going to keep fighting me until this fucking matchmaking works itself out. Sweat trickles down the side of my head. I don't understand. Or maybe I don't want to understand. What? Our match is made at random? There's a second of silence where Bruce and Theodore make a bit of an eye contact. Maybe the headbutt just scrambled Zander's brain a bit too much. Well, not entirely. A computer sorts out matches through a deeply detailed algorithm. It's actually quite impressive when you look at it. Bruce snorts a bit of air through his snout, as if trying to get Theodore to speak further. Can't you just go in and make the change manually? Again, Theodore looks away before speaking. All manual changes to the matchmaking must be approved by the commissioner first. Zander, did you listen? Did you fucking listen? The ratings when you fought Bruce were through the roof. Do you really think that the fucking commissioner is going to write that off? Do you really think? I don't think so. I think so that the commissioner likes money. And he doesn't give a shit about your well-being, Zander. Because money. So call him down. Bruce lets out a laugh that is more like a yell. You'd sooner be able to beat me than expect the commissioner to give you shit. His eyes shift down to Theodore, whose eyes shift directly away. I can feel my body going faint. Like that sick you feel deep in the pit of your stomach. I demand to speak with your commissioner. Yeah, exactly. There's no commissioner for you here. They shipped, probably. The thought of going through that again. So, what are my options? They just told you what your fucking options are. You fight until you win. That is the only option that you have, Zander. The rabbit speaks up. I'm afraid that until this issue's sorted, you will need to keep fighting Bruce. Or you'll void your contract. And I'm sure of the consequences. I had the contract. I had read the contract carefully. They'll require me to pay out my ass, and I can't afford that. I'll never be able to afford that. Money was part of the reason I came down here. My heart monitor is picking up the pace at this point. I hadn't even noticed. He has brain damage. Don't bash on him too hard. You might make it worse. Chipper spent a ton of money too, so I can see it happening. Bruce and Theodore are silent for a long time. I'm leaving. And if you have any questions, Dad will tell you whatever bullshit you want to hear. Dinosaur spits the last two words, then turns on his toes and stomps out the door. Theodore just sort of stands there, quiet. He seems less nervous. Is there anything else I can answer for you? I don't even know what to say, what to ask. I'm struggling to process what I'm hearing. Theodore notices my silence and steps away from the bed. I'll give you some time. Alex. Don't bother correcting him. If you need to speak to me, please reach out to any of our helpful staff here. Rest well. With that, Theodore trails out of the room. Now I'm alone. Again. So, on a scale from 1 to 10, I'd say our protagonist Zander is at a 12 of fucked here. Poor Zander. Some time, he says. They say time heals all wounds. They say time... You'd think it'd be able to make any of this any easier. But it's been a few days. And I still haven't done much. The quality of the medical staff here is definitely as advertised. Everyone is so receptive to my needs, though I really try not to ask for all that much. The last few days kind of went without... went by without much going on, aside from whatever the nurses are putting into my body. They explain it as a medical steroid thing. Probably should have paid more attention. Whatever it is. I'm also not allowed to leave my bed outside of the bathroom breaks. Any amount of serious movement could extend the healing process, they said. I see the character has the typical required parental issues as well. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Ivano. I do think that too, actually. It's kind of like where this is going. Kind of sucks that I can't even go for a walk. My legs have been aching for a while. They also say that it's extra restrictive for newbies though. Bodies react differently to new medicine, especially for stuff as strong as this. They need to keep me monitored just to make sure nothing's going wrong in my system, apparently. That doesn't sound very trusting, actually. I don't want to know what kind of shit they are pumping into his body. Kind of sucks that I can't even go for a walk. It's been aching for a while. My ears flicker over the door, catching some footsteps that seem to be getting closer. They are proven right. With the door swinging open and a man that I assume is my doctor waltzing in with a clipboard. Oh, well, hello there, doctor. The Bruce have a little image of... the drugs have a little image of Bruce on them. Because when they're done, you'll wish you fought him instead. I thought it might just be his cum injected into Zander's body, pure testosterone, you know. Good morning, Alex. Zander. My name is Dr. Drayden. I am the athletic physician that's been working with your case. How are we feeling today? A sigh slipped through my mouth, but I catch myself when his head turns up to my face. I'm good. I sort of shake my head, not really pleased with my first interaction with the guy. He doesn't seem to notice. Gotcha! Well, Alex, we've got your test results back. Good news and bad news. My eyebrows twitch. What's the bad news? He pauses, his face contorted in a frustrated way. Like I said something he didn't want to hear. Well, the good news is that you're good to go. Everything came back negative and your shoulder should be as good as new. The cat flashes a smile that warms my chest and let out a breath that I must have been holding in for a while. That's relieving to know. And the bad news? The paper he had lifted off his clipboard had been flipped back down, and he flashes a wink at me. The bad news is that you're probably going to be seeing a lot more of me. You know, given your situation, I feel like this guy's enjoying this. He lets out a small laugh and my heart sinks right back. While I had spent the last few days keeping myself distracted with some television, I'm not particularly keen on thinking about the repercussions of my current predicament. Bad news. I'm your doctor, trust me. It's really bad news. He can tell I'm not exactly excited that prospect either, and his laugh peters out. Well, I mean, at least, I hope you don't. Cat filled me in on the situation. Sounds like you're really going through it. You could put it that way, yeah. He smiles straight for a second or so before he snapped down to his clipboard. But, yes, so, vitals. Blood tests all came back negative. Mild concussion, x-rays are looking fine. We all know what mild concussions lead to, right? Harems. Or you do what Chris Benoit did. You'll need a bit of physical therapy to get your rotator and tendon back up to speed, but otherwise, we are able to discharge you right away. So, when is he fighting Bruce again? Don't take shoulders a couple of weeks to get fixed? Usually, yes. I take you have had this happen before? I frown. Dislocated, yeah, under different circumstances, so. Drayden waves his hand non-committally. Of course. So you probably know how it goes. Usually there's no serious exercise allowed, no major lifting, none of that. However, the steroids we've pumped into your systems are special. They enhance your body's natural regenerative abilities, for the lack of a better term. Obviously, it's not going to enhance your ability to fight or anything. and it won't help you recover from wounds during a fight. But it gets our fighters up and running much faster than they would naturally. So everybody's grateful for that, I'd say. It turns out they just pumped them full of cocaine. And so they don't feel pain. The smile on his face made him look almost proud of the process. Can't exactly blame him. And the tests. Just some simple blood work, really. Make sure your liver handling the medication properly, and, you know, cancer, things like that. My heart jumps at the word and I sit up. Cancer? Again, though, he shakes his head casually, like he's trying to shoo me away. There hasn't been a case yet, so I wouldn't exactly be worried about it. However, you do have cancer now. Yeah, that's a downside. But hey, healing. You're like Deadpool now. Man, Deadpool. Still, if your body decides to push it too hard, blood work would catch it right off the bat, so we can nip it in the bud before it becomes an issue. I can't help but worry that my contract would get voided if they couldn't use the medication anymore. But Drayden doesn't seem like to be fretting over it. The feline pulls a chair away from the wall and drops onto it, crossing his legs and resting his clipboard onto them. I'll set you up with some physical therapy with yours truly here in a day, but I think it's best for you to get out of this room. Get some fresh air. Well, I mean, so to speak. You've been here for what, 4 days? And the only people you've met were Bruce and Ted? I feel like you'd be more deserving of a proper welcome, all things considered. I nod, still a bit nervous of what that would entail. Would the others here resent me? Would they hate me, applaud me? I haven't exactly had a chance to get a read on anyone else. Yeah, because you were covered in here. You were like just in here, of course. Of course you can't have a read on anyone else. Oh my god. Zander, please. Now, Alex, before I let you go. Pen clicks. He looks up to me. Do you have any questions for me? I think they'd feel bad for you, to be honest. Probably. His eyes meet mine. Silence lingers between us for a moment. Do I have questions? Yes. For him? Not really. Not anything that he can answer or anything that he can help with. Come on, Alex. There's gotta be something I can answer. I'm a licensed therapist too. So you can talk with me about anything. About how Bruce basically made you his bitch. About how you feel unmanly. About how your pee-pee is actually tiny. About how your balls are shriveled up right now. My brow furrows. I thought you were an athletic physician. Again, Drayden waves his hand. I wear many hats, Alex. That's probably why they hired me. But I like to think it's because of my winning personality. Everyone thinks you're bottom, Zander, especially after the fight. Zander, the power bottom. He gives off a proud smile again. He can't help but to breathe out a chuckle. Questions, though. I honestly can't think of anything relevant. I know my situation. I know how the medicine works. I feel like I've gotten a handle on this guy's personality. For the most part, at least. Well, if you've got no questions and you're feeling alright, we can go ahead and get you on your feet. I guess you took my unintended silence as an answer. Am I feeling alright? I guess I'm pretty anxious to meet everyone else. To continue my training, maybe I just need to psych myself up again. Like I did on the elevator before. Our main character seems to be pretty indecisive. He thinks about a lot of shit before actually doing something. He thinks too much, he's overthinking. I can relate to that, actually. I overthink way too much. My stomach turns. Like I did in the elevator before my stomach turns. No, I'm not sure whether that's from thinking about the fight or from the sight of the needle coming out of my skin. Ugh. There's no power there, not yet at least. Same. Zander is very relatable. Drayden assists me up out of bed. My first steps are a bit shaky, all things considered. I hardly walked in 4 days, so I feel like kind of a fawn for a bit. Yeah, that's pretty much the dead giveaway that he's a deer. A deer in the bruise lights. The sling underneath my arm gets undone and pulled back around my neck. I rotate my shoulder a bit, stretching it out from side to side. It's definitely still sore. Still, it's nice to have my arm back. Can you stick out both arms for me? Slowly? I oblige, and Drayden slips my gown off me. I oblige, and Drayden slips my gown off of me, balling it up and tossing it into a hamper across the room. After a quiet cheer and a fist bump from making the shot from such a distance, he turns to my bare body. There's spare change of clothes in the washroom for you. I'll give you a call when I've got your physical therapy appointment all set up. What else? Snaps his fingers a few times with one hand, holding the bridge of his nose with the other. Alright, rooming situation. Head to the cafeteria. There's a guy there, red little hyena guy. Real sweet guy. He should be looking for you. And this is when Bruce walks in because comedy. I nod and slip into the washroom to the side. Sure enough, under those fluorescent lights was a set of clothes, a familiar tank top and a pair of baggy pants. Putting on these clothes feels nice, feels familiar. It's been so long since I was able to just be properly alone. No one watching me, no cameras, no fights. The clothes presses against my fur like a long, loose hug welcoming me home. I know I can't stay in this bathroom for too long, but I almost consider it. Dryden would have some questions though. want to soak in this feeling for as long as I can. After a bit, I slide back out. Dryden's still there, tapping away on his phone. His ears twitch when I move, and his head soon follows. I'll get in there! My mouth curls up into an awkward smile. I'm still not sure how to answer that. Yeah, my pee-pee works is probably something you could say. Yeah. Thank you. His smile remains, but he waves me off. No thanks needed. Just doing my job. Good luck out there. Oh, and hey, if you need to talk, my office is right next door. We exchange another set of awkward thank yous before I leave, following the instructions from a nurse to get to the cafeteria. And now I really want to meet Red, because I love anthropomorphic hyenas. You all know my love for rats and for minotaurs, and probably I should add hyenas to that too. Getting out of the medbay wing takes a bit of concentration. There are a good lot of rooms with various states of occupancy, but there seems to be a good spirit all around as I hear them. People talking, laughing, joking with each other. I can feel the tightness in my chest loosen ever so slightly. You're in for a treat. Awesome. I pass by a few more closed doors before leaving the medbay wing entirely. The white and red accented floor tiles swap to light cream as I move to the rest of the main floor. The halls of the facility are surprisingly clean. Not like I pictured them as dirty or run down or anything, but they seemed almost sterile. Quiet too. Even the medbay has had a number of people strolling around on their ways to and from rooms and offices. These halls are basically empty though. I only see one raccoon person stroll by, and he has his earbuds in, duffel bag under his arm too, probably on his way back from the gym. He looks pissed. There's a bandage rolled around his biceps, and what looks like a bit of crusted blood perched under his snout. Don't worry, buddy. Probably just a day off. An off day. I can only imagine how brutal the coaches can be down here. Heard a bit about them, but nothing about anyone in particular. The guy in the hall flicks his eyes to catch mine. His glare nearly cuts me in half. My eyes dart away. I've really got to work on this staring at people thing before it gets me into trouble. He continues past me, down the hallway. I'm sure I'll see him again, hopefully on more friendly terms. It's a big facility, but there's only so many of us down here. At least I think it's a big facility. I haven't exactly had the time to explore. Now could be a good time though, and it probably won't do me any harm if it's on the way to the cafeteria, right? As I was leaving the medbay, I had passed a number of office rooms. I assumed they were general administrative stuff. Not really anything juicy there. The raccoon fellow from earlier moved out of one of these next rooms coming up. Upon closer inspection, the walls of this section of the hall are actually giant windows. I decided to look into one. There's two guys practicing some submission wrestling with a third guy leaning up against the wall. He looks exhausted. Our eyes meet for a second. He looks to his friends, mutters something, and the other two laugh for a second. He looks back at me and smiles, nodding his head as if to greet me. For some reason, I feel like I should have looked away. I think I feel like I was intruding. I watch people wrestle all the time. This is nothing new for me. At least at my old gym with my old teammates. I smile and nod at him before walking forward again. I think I see the man mouth something, pointing at me from the corner of my eye. I definitely should have kept walking sooner. I don't know anyone here yet. Feels rude to engage with some of these folks without at least introducing myself. Social anxiety is a bitch, huh? Though that may not have been the reason he was pointing. Still don't know how I still don't know how big of a name I made for myself down here. Do they get to watch fights? Did everyone see what happened with Bruce? It's not like people would make fun of me for something like that, probably. And it's not like I'd really care. They did. That's just more annoying than anything. I'd just rather go in with a little of a reputation as possible. Oh my god, you have a reputation now. Probably famous after what happened with Bruce. I mean, everyone knows it. Everyone was like, look, we know what happened. And we all know you fought your first fight against Bruce and got slapped like a little bitch. So here you go. I passed by a couple dozen more mat rooms on my way through the hall. Roughly half of them seem to have a similar layout to the first one. Just a large solid mat stretching across the floor. Granted though, the rest of these were empty. The other half of the rooms had a number of smaller mats with one or two large spaces off the side, marked with a large circle on the ground. Heavy bags line the back walls of these ones, clearly made for striking practice. I feel like I'm going to be spending plenty of time in these rooms. Not like I'll have much of a choice, at least. The first long stretch of the hallway seemed to make up one half of the main floor, with a small segment on either side of the hall, sectioned off for a pair of staircases halfway through. I'll probably figure out where those go eventually. Right now I need to go to the cafeteria. Even though I'm really not that hungry, hospital food was pretty damn good. I can't exactly get to my room without knowing where it is. I mean, I could, but there's probably a key or password or something. And I need to find Red to get that information. I could brute force it. You don't even know where the room is. What are you talking about? I could brute force it, but that would take more time, patience, or ramming strength than I am willing to spend right now. Luckily, the cafeteria seems to be right here. Judging from the amount of sound coming from it, I'd heard it from a few doors down, but I guess I must have been too lost in thought. I turned the corner and entered the door into the noise. Yeah, I mean, the open doorway leads into a massive chamber with tablets and seats scattered about all over. These seats, of course, are filled with men of various shapes and sizes and species. The vibe seems similar to what I heard back in the med bay, much louder. People chatting, laughing, scarfing down food. If TV and movies weren't any indication, this is probably what college cafeterias would have been like. It's pretty fucking loud. I'm not sure I can get used to this, though I suppose I'll have to. I start walking through the aisles of tables. Along the back walls are a number of different food stations. Looks like they... Oh shit, my bad, little dude. Haha. This rather large wolf had swung his arm out, gesticulating wildly in this story he had been engrossed in. I hadn't noticed until his hand slapped into my right shoulder. I totally didn't see you there. You good? Haha. Stung a little bit, but nothing serious. I'm fine, thanks. His friends let out a quiet laugh. Dude, you gotta watch yourself. Could have broken his arm. They all laughed at that. A little louder this time. I really can't be bothered to deal with this, whether they are joking at my expense or not. I'm not here to talk with them. I turn around to walk away. Look a little lost, little guy. You need help? God damn it. Ha! Ha! Decision time. So what are we deciding here? Do we just decline or walk away? I mean, it's basically the same. Basically the same, but different vibes. Yeah, it's an illusion of choice, but different vibes. Because you will tell him here basically no thank you, and this one is just without words and going away. Pick the blue pill. Or the cyan pill. Ah, folding coming in here. I don't know, man, folding. What? I'm just gonna be nice and decline, I feel like. Declination. I could just walk away without answering, but that probably just cause more problems. I know how these guys are. No, I'm good, thanks. Also, welcome, folding. Before they can say anything else, I walk off, heading deeper into the cafeteria hall. I don't hear anything from them, so I'm assuming they got the message. Little guy. Ugh. Sounded so condescending. And now I'm small, I don't need someone to pointing it out. It's so loud here. Need to find Red. They can get out of here. This noise is driving me crazy. Brayden said he was a hyena dude. He's probably the small one on the other end of the cafeteria waving at me. I wade through the aisles and pass by the folks walking around with their trays for finally making it to Red. Imagine this being a root split. I wouldn't be surprised if it was. That's why I made a save. Yo! The hyena is seated on the end of a table, separated from other men by a few seats. Red waves a short salute. tail flicks to either side underneath him. I wave back. Hey, it's red, right? Stamp my paw, and he claps his own into it. Zander, nice to meet you. Good to meet you, man. Yeah, technically it's red line, but red is fine too. I retract my paw after a nice proper shake. He keeps looking at me and his tail is still wagging. I feel like Red is into his little dear friend over here. There's always that awkward lull after meeting someone when neither of you really have an agenda to attend to. And circumstances just force you to interact, but you really don't know what to say or how to proceed. Guess I've fallen into that again. Just talk to him, man. Still looking at me. Come on, man, take a seat. I want to hear all about it. I hesitate for a second before dropping down across the table from him. It? Yeah, man, the fight. Take care, Orion. Thank you for being here. Getting pretty excited at this point. I eye over to the men sitting a few seats down. They don't seem to notice or care. So I turn back to Red. I mean, you saw what happened, right? For sure. I think we all did. People don't really like to miss Bruce's fights. Redline takes another bite of his sandwich, holding the unfinished half in his hand as he talks. People say he gets angry when people don't show up to watch, so I guess everyone just sort of comes out to see what's up. He swallows. But Christ, dude, we lost our fucking minds when they showed you, dude. We were expecting a bloodbath, man. I think people were putting money on whether you'd even survive. He swallows. Does he like it? Yeah, seemingly. He might be into it. I narrow my eyes. Sorry to disappoint. He lets out a sharp one-beat laugh. Hey, don't sulk to me. Made a cool $50 of you pulling through. He laughs again, a little quieter this time. I can feel myself glaring at him. Well, then, I'm glad I pulled through for your sake. I appreciate it, dude. Maybe if it happens again, I'll buy you something nice after you can walk again. He laughs at his own joke. I think he's picking up the hint that I didn't think it was funny, as he thinks and his ears flicker slightly. What's the matter? If you're upset about losing, don't be, dude. It's like, really big dude. And that was a brilliant fucking assessment, Brett. That was, you are fucking brilliant, my dude. You are a real Sherlock. Bruce is a fucking huge dude. Never would have guessed. I'm really into it. Goddamn. Yeah, dude. Dude's big dude. Like, dude. Redline shoves a couple of fries into his maw. Besides, you won't have another fight like that again, right? So you're also probably like really in your favor or something. Red's a himbo straight up. Ah! I think he's kind of small for a himbo though. Like a himbo is normally bigger and has more muscle mass. Guy's kind of small and lean. Short himbo. Are short himbos a thing? He's a himbito. A himbito. A small himbo. Small little himboli. probably, I mean, I'm not a mathematician. I can't help but frown. Like how Dorito implies Doro, Himbo implies Himbito. A bite-sized Himbo. A bite-sized Himbo. I think you mean mathematician? Redline thinks for a moment and shakes his head. Nope, that doesn't sound right. I think you took too many hits to the head. He winks. I can't get a read on this guy. That's because he's really just fucking dumb, Zander. It's not a lot to read. But I can't help but to feel a smile creep up the corner of my mouth. You know, I didn't take any. You saw the fight. Swallows the mouthful of salad he had. That's true. Maybe the medicine is taking you loopy then, making you loopy then. A shrug. That's probably what it is. Yeah. I hope you keep good on your promise. I hope you keep good on your promise, though. I've got another fight lined up with him. Redline coughs, gagging awkwardly on his salad. He takes a swig of water, swallows and inhales. What? Redline nearly stands over the table now, glaring down at me, while I fold my hand over the side of my temple. So he likes swallowing but not gagging. Got it. Yeah, so there's no deep throat here. There's only semen intake. I can't tell the man down the table looking at Redline as he yells. You have another? Are you insane? Please be quiet. Why? Stare daggers into him as he continues to yell. Because people are starting to stare. No, I mean... He pauses, looking around to the number of people that had turned to our direction. He sits down, leaning in close. I mean, why another fight? I have out a quiet sigh, my fingers rubbing against the bridge of my nose. I let a beat pass just long enough until I feel like they've stopped staring. Contract details. I'd rather talk about it when there are less people around. Oh, okay. Redline goes right back to his food, scooping up his little cardboard cup of fries and fishing around inside. Plucks a few fries out and sticks them into his maw. Then he turns the cup to face me. You hungry? Gagging already? Damn, yeah. He gagging. Loud. Really loud. The few remaining fries rattle around in the cup. They look pretty soggy except for the one that's burnt to a crisp. No, I'm just imagining Mice Wrestler. Mice Wrestler. Oh my god, please don't. Those poor mice, they are done. Probably why you still have like weight classes at least. I stare at them for a few seconds before drawing my vision back to red. No, I'm alright. I can feel an awkward pause coming up. So I add a bit more. I ate pretty well in the med bay actually. Oh yeah, I've never been in long enough to eat there. He picks at a fry for 2 or a few seconds before his eyes shift to either side. I mean, I wasn't... That sounded like I was bragging or something. Haha, sorry, what I meant was, our eyes meet for only a moment before his turned away again. He sets his now empty cup back onto his tray and swallows the remainder of food in his maw. So, did you at least get all healed up? I mean, you're here now, obviously, but like, was the medicine good? Are you feeling alright? My right shoulder is a little bit sore. I roll the joints and try not to make a face. For the most part, yeah. I've got some physical therapy now and tomorrow for this piece of work. But all in all, it could have been worse. The doctor was pretty nice too. What do you get? Drayden, I think was his name. He's perk up. Oh, I know of him. We haven't talked though. Is he as scary as his name sounds? Oh, he's actually really nice, like a weird dad or pediatrician. That's such an awful comparison. Dad managed to get a laugh out of the hyena. You look pretty young, though I guess most of us lightweights do, right? I nod my head, looking around the cafeteria. I guess I can see that, yeah. So what's the deal with the food here? Do I just... Redline was already standing by the time I started my second question. Oh, dude, it looks totally confusing, I know. It's actually really cool. Follow me. He's already started walking away. He'd probably start walking even if I wasn't right behind him. I wonder if he will. No, that's mean. Get up and follow Redline. I love his t-shirt. GG easy, GG ease, and then down there, Yatta. Chun-Li like, Yatta, Yatta. You remember Chun-Li, right? So I point out that I get the nerd references. So I was part of your contract. So as part of your contract or whatever, you get access to most of the cast, whatever you want. He doesn't even look back to check if I'm following before he starts talking. Damn, I could have gotten away with it. You in the mood for anything specific? I must say that the hospital food had done me good, but watching those fries rattle around awakened something in me. The latent hunger that never really seems to go away. It grows, it desires. I wouldn't mind a smoothie or something. At that, the hyena turns on his heel, pointing to one section along the wall of the cafeteria. Smoothie station, onward! This guy is the himboist himbo. Like, short stack himbo I've ever experienced in my fucking life. Himbeto he is. Himbeto he is. The fries were his hunger awakening. I bet my left testicle just got hungry because he finally saw plants. Because he's a deer, right? And deers don't eat meat. I think they do. They are like, how do you say, opportunistic eaters. But they... Not feeders, eaters, opportunistic eaters. So at the start of regular meal hours, you'll probably have to wait in line for stuff, but you're in luck. Lunch started a while ago, so you'll probably be fine. Regular meal hours? Yep. I think that's like 5 to 9 a.m. for breakfast. Well, pre-workout. Then 11 to 3 for lunch, and I think 5 to 9 for dinner. You'll get used to the times. They're pretty flexible since people are always coming in and out of the gym. Man, that cafeteria must smell sweaty. Holy shit, dude. You go to the training, you fucking sweat like a pig. You probably do not shower. Or some do not shower. There's always somebody who doesn't shower. And it will stink up the entire cafeteria. Stale air. We had it with stale air, but yeah. Holy fuck. This is more than stale air then. Those seats are miscolored for sure. I like how this is probably just a photo of a actual college cafeteria. Who somebody on the team probably made it. They just put a filter on it like always. And it's probably what I do with my visual novel too, because I feel like I just overthink it, and I think I need to do a little bit more because mine is very specific, but we'll get to that. I'll premiere it when it's ready. They used to be all white. Oh no! Oh no! You'll get used to the times. They're pretty flexible since people are always coming in and out of the gym. Scratch his ears. The menus are pretty big. Sometimes they do special meals too. Turkey and stuff in the fall. Ham in the winter, you know, seasonal stuff. Red line stops on a dime and I catch myself bumping into someone walking in front of us. It seems we're here. The smoothie station he had mentioned earlier seems to be more of a traditional coffee shop looking place. I know, Ivano. A nice wooden finish surrounds this section of the cafeteria, and it actually has a door that leads out to the hallway. Seems like I can't access this place when the rest of the cafeteria is closed. Kind of weird, kind of a weird departure from the rest of the cafeteria. And it's rather masculine clientele, but I'm not about to complain. Redline nudges me from my left, wrapping an arm around me. I tense up when he presses his arm into my shoulder from the other side. See, check the menu, dude! They have everything! Smoothies, coffee, protein shakes, energy drinks, you name it! I love Redline. Redline is easily the best character in this visual novel so far. Gotta get that protein shake, yeah, definitely. Get some good old protein in. If I remember right, we had chim before we got on the bus. Oh god, no. We had gym class either really early in the morning, like at 8, like first class of the day. Or we had it like last class of the day, one of the two. It really is an impressive menu. I take a moment to scan over the options while Redline rambles on about some of his favorites. Good 30 seconds pass before someone taps me on my shoulder. Are you gonna order? My head cranes around to see a number of men behind me. Seems I started a line. Shit. I stumble forward to the polite other barista, who's probably been standing there uncomfortably for the whole time. Sorry, can I get a mango banana smoothie? My anxiety could never. Yeah. Beastman had gym class before lunch, huh? At least you were properly hungry after that. You had a good workout. She confirms and writes something onto the cup while the other baristas get to work. I step back out of the way while the rest of the customers get in line. I can't help but to feel embarrassed for making people wait. I don't know anyone else here, and I've already managed to piss off a bunch of strangers. I swear to God, the guy behind me was growling. You alright? Voice makes me nearly jump. Yes, yeah, no. I think I held up the line there. A paw claps on my right shoulder. Ow. Redline seems to enjoy getting real close. Ah! I wouldn't sweat it. You're new here. I feel like that's less of an excuse than you think it is. And besides, it's not like anyone's in a rush. It's lunchtime, dude. Get your smoothie and relax. As if on cue, another barista calls my name, holding up a cup filled with a light orange concoction. I ease my way to where they stand and snatch it up, giving a hasty thanks. Redline and I start making our way back towards the table. He's been chatting idly since I got my smoothie. He talks pretty loud and fast, but I suppose it's better than him being drowned out by the noise of the cafeteria. God, the smoothie really hits the spot. Seeing those fries had me thinking about salty food for a few minutes. I guess that was enough to get me thirsty for something fruity. You got already something fruity right in front of you. It's called Redline. Why do you want something? Why do you want even more fruity things? The sweetness of the banana was overpowered only by the flavor of the fresh mango. Nice and cool and creamy too. Red line fruitier than the barista can offer. Yeah, exactly. Why didn't I think to ask for this in the med bay? Guess I didn't know they served this stuff. I usually just went with whatever Drayden recommended. He kept telling me to try the salmon and I had to keep telling him I'm a vegetarian. You'd think my doctor would remember that much at least. And so he had my tray, right? And I had to butt in and say that it was mine, not his. And then he just like took off running? Right, I probably should have been listening. I guess he was so embarrassed or something. But the worst part is that while he was running away, I yelled sorry out at him. Redline hacks out a laugh that's halfway between nervous and embarrassed. You apologize to the guy. To the guy that's trying to steal my food? I don't know what the hell is wrong with me. His paws press into his temple, muffling an exasperated groan. I mean, hey, if the food was good enough, then... Oh, dude, it was fucking amazing! Like, so good that I gotta pace myself with it. Luckily, they only have it on the menu like once a month. Oh, what the fuck? Wait. It all happened so fast. I'm looking at Redline as he talks and I bump into something. Someone maybe. Hard enough to accidentally crush my smoothie cup. The lid pops off, spilling the mango banana mixture onto the shirt of the brick wall of a man I bumped into. He shoves me back faster than I can process. That's cruel. All I got was otherwise and then I cut it off, yeah. He shoves me back faster than I can process. And as I scramble to stay on my feet, I slip in the bit of smoothie that dropped on the floor. My backside crashes to the floor with Redline trying and failing to keep me held upright by my arm. On my right arm. Ouch. Fuck. After shaking myself out of my stupor, I look up to see my aggressors. 4 men stand in front of us. One of them with a wet orange stain on his shirt. And next to him, the one in the middle. Bruce. Oh, fuck. Usually in high school I did homework during lunch, so I didn't have to worry about it later. So I used to go to school and like really early in the morning because I had to go get up really early to like be there on time essentially, but I had still an hour left. So I would just sit down in the cafeteria and made my homework. And I got caught by one of the teachers doing it. I wasn't even thinking I would do anything bad. And she didn't get me to the principal, but she was so mad at me that she told me if she ever catches me again, she's going to write me up for it. Because homework is supposed to be done at home. Our eyes meet, if only for a second. Almost as some sort of confirmation to our identities. Yeah, no, that's dumb. Yeah, of course it's dumb. Some adults are really fucking stupid. Hey, what the fuck? You got a problem, shithead? The canine with the stain barks back at Redline. Bruce's chest chuffs out a short sigh, and I swear I see his eyes roll for a split second before they close. And with that, his arms reach out. Bruce bends over, claws sticking into my shirt. As I yanked up into the air, I get closer look into Bruce's eyes at this height. He looks pissed, to be frank. I mean, he normally looks pissed, but this was a different type of pissed. Well, maybe he isn't that chill out of the ring. He had this air about him. A big, mean motherfucker. Someone that took enjoyment out of breaking bones and ending careers. Like a demolition expert, excitedly lining up dynamite to blow a building to hell. But here, inches from his face, with Redline barking out to his aggressor, with the whole cafeteria feeling like it's frozen in time, feels like a different person. He's not enjoying this. He wants me dead, I can feel it. I'm amazed to let a bitch like you out of medbay. A grin spreads across his face, his eyes don't change. You? Now? And now you're trying to start shit again? Didn't I already kick your ass? You hit him too hard, Bruce. I think he must have forgot. His buddy on the other side yells out, forcing a laugh off from Bruce and the man behind him. I still don't know who the fuck you think you are, kid. I'm dropped on the floor. Well, more forced down into it. Bruce had been holding me up the ground. Holding me up a good foot in the air. Luckily, I managed to land on my feet and avoiding slipping on the mango smoothie slowly melting on the tile. Bruce's forceful shove sort of broke. Wait, Bruce's forceful shove sort of broke the physical stalemate we had been in. Everyone around us had to stop and see what's just made that sound. But you'll stay the fuck out of my way if you want to know what's good for you. Bruce's massive hands presses against me on that word. I let out a grunt, forced backwards, but Redline's tight grip on my wrist helps steady me. He'd been holding onto it this whole time. I hadn't even noticed. You got that? The snarl echoes through the dining hall. Everyone on the side of the cafeteria is staring silently, watching like statues ready to witness a crime. Even the staff at the food stations are frozen. Jesus. They all are scared of Bruce. And Bruce is gonna make minced meat out of you. He's probably just doing that to like secure his place at the top, because you can't just do that with Bruce, right? You can't just run into him and annoy him. No? A fork drops somewhere, followed by the presumed owner whispering, "Shit." The beast stands back up to his full height, towering over most people in the vicinity. It's a pretty uncomfortable scene. Bro's eyes shift to the opposite side, looking for something I can see. Silently, he moves. He's definitely faster than I think anyone would give him credit for, especially at the size he is. His body moves straight forward, walking past me and forcibly checking me with his shoulder as he does. The rest of his posse follows, the canine making sure to step carefully over the slush on the floor. Do you think this will wash out? He speaks in a hushed tone to the man next to him, their voices fading into the distance as they exit. I can't focus on them right now. I'm not able to put coherent thought to what just happened. I had my smoothie and I was walking to Redline and I fell and his eyes. That was different from before. He was angry. He was really fucking angry. Stay out of his way. How the hell am I supposed to do that? We're all fucking trapped down here. I'll probably run into him later today and on my way around the facility. I'm just supposed to stay in my room? And why is it so fucking loud in here? Zander? A fresh breath of stale air blows through my nostrils as Redline's voice catches my attention. He's really close to my ears. I blink a few times. A bit of wet from the edge of my eyes spreads to my upper eyelid. My hand quickly rises to wipe it dry. Dude! I'm fine. The crack in my voice proves me wrong. I clear my throat and try again. It's fine, sorry. What the hell was that? First he ruins your smoothie and now he thinks he just gets to shove you around? Redline is the best, dude. I swear to God. Redline, like no question at all. Redline just, look at this fucking bully. Look at him. He ruins your smoothie and he shoved you. Like no question that it could have been at any point in time Zander. It's just like, fucking dinosaur. I'm gonna fucking kill him. He fucking ruined your smoothie and shoved you around. I am Redline. I got your ass. Redline, best himbo. I love this character, dude. I love him. I love this character to death. The fuck is his problem? Redline is louder than normal. I think that's just how he is. I don't know yet. He continues on, walking us back towards our table. I follow without thinking, though I'd rather be anywhere else. Nah, dude, that's a bullshit. Like, we get little spats here and there all that time, but where does he get off pushing you around like that? You can feel the rest of the cafeteria's eyes laser focused on us. My head is still ringing. I don't think I can afford Redline being any louder than he already is. I need to get out of here. Listen, man, can we go? He looks at me weird. Go? Oh, the room, right? God! Here, let's go, follow me. He grabs my wrist again and walks a lot faster now, aiming for a pair of doors leading out to the hallway. Try to keep my head down as we pass a number of men on our way out. Redline marches straight through the open doors like a man on a mission. It's a bit louder out here than it was before. Not by a whole lot. More people walking around. It seems lunchtime is nearing its end. There are still a few people out and about, though. I think I see a few. Heads turn as red line leads us into the main hall. He wastes no time taking a direct path to where we need to go. Down the hall, up a flight of stairs into the second floor hallway. And it looks like a fucking hotel. Just as wide as the first floor, but completely empty. And Redline power walks down the empty hallway. Unlike the main floor, though, the walls are completely covered with normal wooden doors, defending each room. Redline's grip is really strong. I can keep up with him just fine, but he's got a death grip on my wrist. Redline. His ears twitch and he stops almost immediately, turning to face me. What's up? I look at my wrist. You're hurting me. It looks like a reference to the back rooms. Yeah, it looks more like a hotel than a dorm. Oh. Huh? Oh! Sorry, The hyena immediately pulls his paw away, releasing me. It hesitates over my wrist for a second, like he's unsure if he should rub it or something. I take mine back as well, rubbing my wrist gently. My shoulder still hurts from when he was pulling on it in the cafeteria. Still, the fact that he was holding on so tight was a nice gesture, even if it probably didn't help my shoulder. I feel like I should say something, but I'm kind of enjoying the silence for now. Finally feels like I can finally breathe. We had kept walking once Redline pulled his hand away, but at a bit of a slower pace. Whatever gets us close to the room and further away from the others, I guess. Here we are! Redline stopped right in front of the door at the end of the hall, room 202. There's a separate stairwell just to the left of the room behind the fire door. It actually seems convenient. I won't have to contend with other people trying to use the hallways or stairwells at the same time. Seems pretty handy. Speaking of handy, Redline jams his thumb against a little notch on the handle to my room. After a second, a light on the handle flashes green, along with a short beeping sound. The mechanical locks in the door click, and Redline pushes the door to my room open. There we go! Come in! Redline leads the way into the space. Yeah, this is a fucking hotel room. Those aren't dorms. It's small. That's what she said. Not terribly small, granted, but still. That's when she tries to save it. We stand in a cozy rectangular room. I bet it's along the back wall leading up to what appears to be a window. That has two beds. Who's our roommate? Red, of course. It's Red. Like, if I have any other roommate than Red, I will be not happy. I need my himbo roommate. Seated across from the bed is an empty desk with a chair tucked neatly underneath it. It's the exact layout is mirrored on the other side of the room, with a small nightstand separating the beds and a large dresser separating the desks. Oh yeah, Bruce is our roommate. That's gonna be fun. The other side is clearly well lived in. I can see my phone plugged in at face down on the nightstand. What's with the window? We're underground. Redline lets out a short laugh. Oh yeah! They're like light screens or something. Since we don't see the sun down here, they need something to help keep our circadian rhythm going smoothly. It helps keep our sleep cycles working. There's a bit of an awkward pause as I move further into the room. These rooms were a lot bigger in the advertisements. Hyena laughs nervously. Oh, yeah. I think they show like tier 3 rooms in the ads. We gotta work our way up if we want rooms like that. I can feel my expression contort slightly. We? Redline gestures around. Yeah, I guess we're roommates after all. I have to pause to process everything. It makes sense, I suppose, seeing the two beds and seeing how Redline had fingerprint access to what I thought was my room. A sigh escapes my mouth as I drop onto my bed. There's a bit of gift to it, though part of that might be the comforter on top of the mattress. My hand clutches the bridge of my muzzle. I can hear Redline step to one side uncomfortably. Sorry. Shake my head. No, Redline, you didn't. It's not you. No, I get it. You weren't expecting to have to share a room with anyone. They didn't really mention that when I registered. A few voices echo down the hall. They must be loud, given how far away they sounded. Redline sticks his head out of the door, looking down toward them before coming back inside, shutting the door behind him. The door's locks click. I drop back, landing with a thump on the comforter, not contorter, comforter. Nothing's really going right. Not like I expected, at least. Two of us are silent for a minute. What did you expect? Money, solitude, a working shoulder, this concussions. I don't know. Another awkward silence lingers for a few moments. You can hear Redline pull his chair back and flip open what sounded like a laptop. You might just need to sleep on it. That's what I do whenever I have a lot on my mind. I sit back up. Redline's got his laptop on, typing away at something. I got plenty of rest in the med bay. Redline wheels around to to face me. Yeah, and then you got assaulted in the calf. Not to mention you found out you're rooming with a yin. Give him a weird look, but I can't help but feel a smile crack. Redline sees that smile. I think a smile forms on his face. Turns back to his laptop. Trust me, Zander, take it up. You'll feel better in the morning. Well, you know what I mean. Nap does sound nice. I felt the adrenaline rush wear off after we got to the second floor, but I didn't really start feeling tired until I sat on the mattress. I lie back on top of the comforter, properly laid down in the bed. It's nice. Definitely better than the beds in the med bay. Doesn't take long for my eyes to close gently. A few more seconds of silence pass before Redline speaks up again. You mind if I put some music? Hesitation. It depends what kind of music. How's the sound? That's good. A gentle guitar with a sweet saxophone melody blows from his laptop speakers. Redline leans back in his chair, arms folded behind his head. Like jazz? Could listen to that stuff all day. I mean, I could listen to all sorts of music all day, but today just sort of feels like a jazz kind of day, you know? It's nice. Huh? I like it. I was afraid it would be something, I don't know, high energy. Redline lets out a louder than necessary laugh. Maybe it feels louder than it is. I don't know. Come on, man! I just ate lunch. You think I want to run around? Actually, wait. I could go for a jog. You wanna come? I hear they got some new stuff in the library we could check out. Oh man, I haven't even shown you around yet. Redline. Yeah. Wait, right, shit, you're sleeping, sorry. Thank you. I lay in silence for a short while. Laid back on this new bed. A cold breeze brushes past my ears. Only for a second. It's probably I went somewhere. At least it won't get too stuffy. Especially given there's no windows and only one exit in the room. The blankets scrunch up underneath me as I curl up slightly. The chest is nice. The bed is nice. Redline is quiet. And nice. But quiet's more important right now. Some time passes. My eyes flutter open to see an empty room. Silent room too. Redline's laptop is still open, but he's not here. Guess he went for the walk after all. I want to get out of here. Out of this room, out of this facility, just out. I just need some fresh air. At least Redline's not here to bark some story at me. I really don't know if I can handle that chat right now. And a Himbito. Yeah, definitely. We love Redline in here. Redline is the best one. I love him. I really do. I wish I was roommate with Redline. It's hot. I throw my covers off and roll out of the bed. The door opens and I step into an empty hallway. Did I sleep until dinner? Yes, that stairwell to my left. Might as well take that down. And push the door open and step into the elevator. Elevator door closes. There's no button, but it starts moving down soon enough. He's dreaming! It doesn't move for long. Just Googled it just in case it's a bad word or something. And Himbito only shows results for habito, habit in Spanish, so small himbo is Himbito. We gonna stand our Himbito in here, I know that. Doesn't move for long. Coming to a stop. The door slide open and reveal the stone arena I fought in earlier. Yeah, he's dreaming. This is a dream. God, if I'm here, maybe I can win and leave. Or maybe someone can kill me. Either way, I won't have to deal with this anymore. This fight, this league, this whole miserable life. Gone in an instant. No more pain, no more fear. Dark and it's chilly. The padded gloves on my hands make me realize I'm in my fight gear. Did I sleep in this? The door on the other side of the arena is still closed. I'm standing at the end of the ring, waiting for the elevator door to open Feels like forever, but it finally does. Bruce is here, stomping straight through the ring toward me. He says some baseless taunt I can't bother to pay attention to. I have to end this. His hand moves before the bell rings, sweeping from the side and clutching my neck. Before he can lift me, I go to send a punch to his jaw. My right arm doesn't respond. Limp at my side, I can't move it. When did that happen? I'm lifted up. He must not be holding my neck tight, because I can breathe just fine. My legs kick out, trying to damage his midsection, trying to stop him somehow. Anyhow, Bruce doesn't react. He just grins. See you soon, kid. His forehead moves closer and fast, almost like I blinked and missed it. The blinding white flash in my vision and splitting headache, however, can't be ignored. Well, better than a wet dream, and since the brain can only simulate what it knows, restless dreams must suck. Ah! I try to cry out, but nothing happens. His head rears back again, and then I think I move again. Hard to tell before the searing pain strikes through my skull. There's a dull buzzing sound ringing through my ears. Bruce pulls his head back. Another flinch, another empty cry, another strike jagged onto my forehead. There's a bit of blood splattered onto Bruce's forehead. Bruce doesn't even blink. Yeah, because it's not Bruce's blood, my dude. Stop. Feel something break. My skin splitting open like a piece of old fabric. The splash of blood on Bruce's forehead has grown. The buzzing is louder now. Let me go. The pain is too hard to register. I can't move. I could hear my skull crack with the last headbutt. There's blood dribbling down my muscle. Bruce's head looks raw. Please. I close my eyes before Bruce can pull me in again. My body spasms and I sit up. I'm in my room. I'm in my bed in my room. Well, our room. My hand moves to my forehead. It's a soft patch of fur, warm and solid. No blood. And the pain that was there is quickly fading away. I'm alive. At a glance, Redline is gone, his laptop closed, and his chair left against the end of this bed. My shaky hands come down to rest against the bed with heavy breathing, finally starting to slow down. I hear that buzzing sound again, my phone, my body shifts, and I reach for the nightstand. I unplug the phone and turn it over to look at the screen. My blood runs cold. Dad. 2 missed calls. The fur on the nape of my neck prickles, trailing a chill down my back. Why is he calling? Why is he calling now of all times? It's usually been just a text here and there, or a stray message on friend book. Now he wants to talk. I've been staring at the screen for so long that I switched back into sleep mode. The glass reflects my own face back into me. My eyes meet my own for a moment. They look sad. They look so tired. I flop back onto the bed, blowing out a sigh as the phone drops onto the comforter next to me. What the fuck am I going to do? Bruce is a no-go, and the commissioner has complete control over the roster. My options are to beat Bruce, speak with the commissioner, or break my contract and spend the next 15 years paying out of the ass for voiding the legal document. I'd rather not leave here more poor than I came, and beating Bruce is probably impossible, right? So I'll have to talk to the commissioner. I'm sure he wouldn't want a death on his hands. Oh, I'm pretty sure the commissioner doesn't give a shit about you. He'll completely lie through his teeth that you probably are just peachy fucking fine, and then you have to recover for a very long time, and they just bury your body somewhere. So yeah. So that's the next plan of attack then. What else am I supposed to do? The phone next to my head starts buzzing again, and I shoot back up into a sitting position. A mixture of fear and rage well up from the pit of my stomach, reaching the tip of my antlers. Nah, he doesn't, but Zander should try to talk to him if he can. Yeah, probably. But I think his best bet actually, and probably maybe I'm overselling it, but I feel like his best bet is to just bulk up, try to get big as he can, try to get good at fighting and beat Bruce. As much as it fucking blows ass. I think that's his best bet. A mixture of fear and rage wells up in the pit of my stomach, reaching the tip of my antlers. I pick up the phone without looking at the screen. What the fuck do you want? There's a brief moment of silence on the other end. Alex? Oh my god. I look at my phone screen for the caller ID. I don't recognize the number, but it's not my father. Hey, Doc. Yes, this is Drayden calling for Alex. Yeah, it's me. Hey, Alex, are you okay? Another sigh from my mouth. Yeah, no, I'm good. Just had my mind wanders back to the caller ID. Just had a bad dream, spooked me pretty bad. He's talking to his daddy. Luckily, it's the better daddy, yeah. I hear ya. Stressful situation can mess with your subconscious. I don't really know how to answer that. There's a few seconds of silence that lingers between us. Well, hey, so I've got your physical therapy session scheduled for tomorrow. Can you swing by after breakfast? I don't want you exercising before we make sure it's all healed up. So we'll get it checked out, and if it's looking as good as I'm hoping, we should be able to clear you fully. Sound good? Sounds good. I'll see you after breakfast, probably around 6 or so. The cat lets out a laugh. 6 a.m.? Listen, you exercise types might be good at waking up early, but I'm kind of in the middle of kind of a different schedule. How's 9 o'clock sound? I can't help but to breathe out a chuckle as well. For some reason, I find myself standing up, slowly pacing down the center of the room. Sounds good. I'll see you then. Drayden agrees and hangs up from his end. Slap my phone back into my pocket. The room is slightly silent yet again. My hand come up to rub my slowly waking face. I cannot fucking believe I answered the phone like that. Drayden probably thinks I'm insane. I literally just told him a few hours ago I was fine. He seemed pretty calm about it though. Maybe I'm overthinking it. You're definitely overthinking it. But holy fuck, dude, that's so embarrassing. Thank you, Red. On the one hand, you tell me I'm overthinking it. On the other hand, he's like, yeah, fuck, dude, you embarrassed your ass. Redline lets out another of his signature high-pitched laughs. A few stray bits of food flying out of his maw onto the tray. He must have noticed too as he covers his mouth and takes a second to finish swallowing. Thanks. I'm a bit surprised I managed to run into him after my nap, though granted. Sorry. I just sort of sat around and played on my phone for a while. I wanted to preserve the solitude for as much as I could, but I couldn't really justify spending more time doing nothing in my room despite Drayden's orders. It was pretty late in the afternoon, but not really time for dinner, so I wandered back to the mat rooms. There were obviously a lot more people this time around, so I got a chance to observe a good amount of men practicing. Redline actually found me as he was leaving and invited me to eat with him after. We managed to get to the cafeteria pretty early, thankfully before it got too crowded. The hyena downs a swig from his water bottle, kissing a spear of asparagus and a slice of chicken on the same fork before shoving it into his maw. I'm honestly surprised the cell service even reaches this far down. We're what, 20 stories underground? Something like that. He covers his mouth again, swallowing quickly before speaking again. I'm not sure if you noticed, but they actually tampered with your phone a bit. I could feel my face contort. What? How? Redline takes another fork full of food before talking. I wonder how long it'll take for him to learn to swallow before speaking. I mean, look at this guy. He's like, what now? 20, 21 maybe? He won't learn that in his life ever. Das ist schwierig. Another swallow before he continues his response. He's still twiddling his fork impatiently. Maybe I just let him eat and get answers later. They outfitted it with this like special internet data thing. Basically, the whole facility has really strong wireless internet. The special bit is that they can like monitor everything that goes on the network. Wow, I'm not surprised that they are like the Stasi. Stasi is a German thing, just so you know. He takes another bite, and I should butt in before I got another spray of chicken. Dang, so no R34. No rule 30. I mean, you still can probably look at it, but the commissioner and everyone else will know what you beat your meat to. Maybe if the commissioner likes it too, he might visit you at night in your room and be like, oh, hello there, boy. I seen what you beat your meat to. Let's get it on. So they can see everything we do on our phones. But it's not really that big of a deal. Like, it's just to make sure you don't do anything illegal, to breach your contract or anything. Or, you know, talk shit about the leak. Haha. Another high-pitched giggle. Seems like he's not too concerned about the breach of privacy. But if you're concerned about it like porn stuff, I wouldn't really worry about it. I'm friends with a bunch of people down here, and they can be pretty open about what they're into. No, that only happens in Frontier College. That laugh seems almost nervous, a little more unhinged than his regular laughs. Some of it's pretty fucked up, dude. He's getting louder now, even by the cafeteria crowd standard. I lift both my hands lightly and lower them gently, trying to signal that he needs to quiet down. Redline doesn't seem to notice it, stuffs his face with a few more chunks of grilled chicken. I can't imagine. I know a few guys from my old work tried to get me into some weird stuff. What, like snuff? I nearly cough up the mouthful of water I was holding. Jesus. No, Christ. Hyena just laughs. I can point out 3 people, no 4 people in the cafe right now that would be into it. So, our little Himpito over here, yeah, you don't tell him anything. You just don't. You love him, you appreciate him, but fuck no, don't tell him anything, because his ass is gonna tattle on you. And not even in a mean way, right? But he's gonna be like, oh, this guy's into snuff porn. And you're like, Jesus Christ, I told you this is like, it's a secret. What are you doing, bro? Fuck me, I love Redline. I go back to picking at my veggie chicken salad. I'm not sure I want to know who those are. Ah, that's fair. I'm not one of them if that's what you're worried about. I don't think you could kill someone if you wanted to. The hyena laughs while I take a sip from my water. I would never. Fighting's fun and all, but I'd never be able to forgive myself if I actually damaged someone. Himpito is like a burrito. He's good to eat and be filled, but you should not tell them anything. God! That line! Well, fuck. No! No! Himpito is like burrito. It's good to eat and be filled, but you should not tell them anything. Oh, I mean, the burrito will remain silent. The burrito will not tell anyone anything, even if you tell him. He stabs at the last chunk of chicken. I mean, like, permanently. Black eyes are one thing, losing an eye is another. My body shudders at the mention. I haven't mentioned the details of my dream to Redline. I don't really plan on to. Granted, I don't lose an eye, but I'm pretty sure I lived through getting my skull smashed in. I'm probably more fucked in the head than I thought if that's the kind of shit I dream about. I can't keep thinking on it right now. I can feel my skin crawling. Redline probably noticed my silence. So, got any plans after dinner? No. Great! You can let me show you around the facility then. I force down the last bit of my salad and take a swig of water. It's not like I can do much else here until you do, right? Redline stands up quickly, grabbing his tray. That's the spirit! Come on, little buddy! Little buddy? I wipe the scowl off my face and follow Redline to drop our trays off at the trash table, then out of the cafeteria store. Okay, give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm back. Just a little heads up. In around 30 minutes or so, I need to go on another break for a few minutes. Because my wife needs something from me, but that's okay. And then after that, we are home free and we can continue with all of this. Thank you. Okay, let's continue with our friend Redline here. Redline is standing outside the main doors, facing the opposite wall with his hands on his hips. His head is cranked in one direction, looking down the hall. He's got some goofy smile on his face, almost like he's lost in thought. So, Zander? Yep. Where do you want to see first? I feel like I could answer that better if I know what was down there. Redline spits out another high-pitched laugh. Good point. We've got a library, a pool, some exercise spaces. Those all sound equally interesting. Where do I want to go first? It's a choice. I'm really drawn to the pool right now. And that's where we are going to go. I want to go to the pool. I want to see naked men. Yeah, probably. It means meeting different characters. You're completely right on that, Wildfire. I feel like too. And I feel like that we go to the pool still because I want to see guys in tight swim trunks. Redline's ears twitch at my answer, but his gaze doesn't change. Sorry, actually, it might be better to go this way, more efficient. I mean, we can hit all the different stuff on the way there. Come on, dude. That's moving down the hall away from the cafeteria. What the hell was the point of asking me for just going down the way he wants? It was the elusive choice. Thank you for the hearts. I see them. The hearty hearts. By the way, I know I'm annoying. Tomorrow, we start with Sweet Pool. Members only stream, unfortunately, but I have to offer something to the members as well. And if you are a member, just come and hang out. It's gonna be really cozy and really intimate for that one. You're not annoying. I just need to chill it a little bit, you know. Just people say I should chill my shit more, so I'm just doing that. Making that bread. Yeah, I don't want to be a full-time YouTuber. I don't think that's feasible anymore. But it would be a nice side hustle. I'm not gonna lie. Everyone likes money to some extent. I just don't think I need to sell out my audience to, I don't know, some weirdo crypto scam shit or something like that. Just another thing I don't have any choice in down here. I follow suit, sticking close beside Redline, and as he moves past the stairwell across the hall from the cafeteria. Okay, that was really the choice of illusion, because we are in the exercise hall. No, I don't want to be. I mean, it would be nice, not gonna lie. Of course, everyone wants to be a full-time content creator, right? But I feel like I'm slowly getting into a niche. And I feel like this niche fits me pretty well. But I also think there's not a lot of audience for that niche that you could like reasonably sustain yourself. So, yeah. The hyena leads us both down the hall a short distance, stopping in front of a room with a bunch of exercise equipment inside. The machines are being used by a number of men with the room full of various different species of varying sizes. They are clearly working up a sweat. The gyms! Welcome to them! Well, sometimes we call them the weight rooms. Summer Paradise gives you an option to hit on a hot lifeguard. Oh my. I'm gonna check it out after this stream. I need to... Summer Paradise, okay. Need to take a look on that. I have another furry visual novel in my bank to read as well. I already forgot the name again, but I think it's porn, so I can't stream it. It's something about you're traveling through stars and fighting like a reptile race. I'm gonna look it up. Give me a second. Because that bugs me now that I completely forgot what it was. Oh yeah, the far future one. Yeah, exactly. Wait. I have it on my itch.io account. I've had that for ages. I was meant to do a review on that for like a very long time, but I never did because time and just other stuff. I have Dragon Island. I have Burrows. Dragon Island is something we could stream. I think Dragon Island doesn't have porn, but I think the writing is kind of off on that one. Under 1 star. Haven Celestial under 1 star. That's it. Oh, this isn't a link, so YouTube doesn't feed me. That's the one. And was talking about Summer Paradise. Summer Paradise. Oh yeah, there's actually, yeah, that's actually a thing. The game is currently under development. Language is English and Thai, so it's a Thai visual novel. Nice. Question is this porn? Is sharing on platforms permitting set appropriate age restriction and follow platform for adult content? Yeah, there's porn in it. Please censor explicit content including nudity, sexual content or graphic violence before sharing public to respect the viewer. Yeah, okay, no. There's porn in it. This is not streaming, but it's interesting. I'm gonna take a look, Beastman. The problem with a lot of furry visual novels is they all contain porn. It would be nicer if they would not all contain porn, or at least have like an option where, like Knight's College, that you can just morph out the porn so you could stream them more. Like that there's a censored version of it. Well, sometimes we call them the weight rooms. I mean, I call them the weight rooms, but only the ones that have weightlifting equipment. Red. Fucking himbo. Mm-hmm. And what do you call the ones that don't have weightlifting equipment? Redline rolls his eyes but smiles all the same. I've heard of Minotaur Hotel. I think that has an option and it's really long. We should actually get that one. I've heard of that too. I have that on my list for like forever. And it has Minotaurs in it. Of course I'd be down for that. I told you. Those are the gyms. Come on, Zander. Keep up. Jesus, no! Oh, Red, you fucking dumb fuck, I love you. I can't help but to glare at him as we continue down the hall a few steps before Redline stops dead in his tracks. Oh! Oi, Bucky! There's a group of older-looking men walking down the hall. Chatting amongst themselves. At Redline's call, one of the men turned his head towards us. His face breaks into a smile and he departs from the rest of the group to meet Redline. Red! How you going? He wastes no time to get close. That's a kangaroo now, Wildfire. That's a kangaroo. Look, oh my god, this guy's fucking... Jesus, he's pregnant. King, you legend! Thank you! Oh my god! King Alpha, thank you so much! 10 members! Thank you. I appreciate you a lot. Party up in here. For some reason, the chat doesn't really show. Who got the members? Only 2 members right now. YouTube has a stroke, I feel like. Well, shoot. Yeah, chat seems to be slowed right now. YouTube having a stroke. Yeah, I'm giving it a minute. Something's fishy going on. Maybe if I go in on my break in a few minutes. King's too powerful for YouTube, yeah. YouTube didn't think the money came in. He wastes no time to get close, nearly diving forward to wrap his arms around the taller man's waist in a hug. The kangaroo chuckled tenderly, following suit. Arms envelope Redline. He's still smiling. Their hug lasts for a few seconds while I stand there in a semi-uncomfortable silence. No one around us seems to notice, so I guess it's not out of the ordinary for them to give hugs. How's the legs treating you, Red? All good? Redline steps back from the hug. His tail is providing a nice breeze, wagging rapidly behind him. I actually have to step back to keep out of my way. Yes, sir. Sorry, not to worry. I got some eyes on it for a bit, and it's good as new. Kangaroo claps Redline on the shoulder and smiles. And it's great to hear, man. He looks so happy, but now there's murder in those eyes. He turns his head to me. And you? I feel like I've seen you around. You're new here, are you? Redline turns standing between us and looking at me. All right, Zander, this is Buck. Bucky. Coach Bucky. He's the trainer for us, for a few of us lightweights. Ironic, isn't it? He's the trainer for the lightweights. That guy is the lightweight. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't hop on that. I'm fat too, but like, dude, holy shit. Bucky nods and smiles. Not that I find this unattractive, but this guy has a real jiggle king down there. If you can't take him down, you can't take down a lightweight. I mean, you got a point there. He's very chubby. He is. Bucky nods and smiles. I work with other weight classes too. I heard we were getting some fresh meat. Didn't know it'd be so soon, but we're happy to have you. Good to meet you, Zander. He extends his paw and I meet it with my own hand. Buck or Bucky? Kangaroo gives a short chuckle. My rule is either Coach, Bucky, or both. Anything else is 100 push-ups. Drayden too. Yeah, Drayden was on the chubbier side as well. And Redline? Another laugh, this time a little louder. He reaches out and ruffles Redline's hair. This pup done his fair share of payment and then some. Can't seem to break the habit, so he just ends up doing a little more work in the gym. Redline, whose tail is going nuts at this point, leans into the paw with a goofy smile strewn across his. I feel like that Redline is very much into Bucky, huh? Also, there. Yes, sir. It helps build more muscle. So why wouldn't I take the opportunity? I ought to up my rates if that's your rationale, Red. Oh, what? You don't think I can pay up? Bucky smiles. And what if you can't? His eyes have a sort of sinister hue to them. Their shape narrowing down at the hyena. Redline, however, had his eyes wide open. Name your price, Buck. The hyena was standing on his tiptoes to get closer to the kangaroo's face. Bucky simply leered down, still smiling. Next time you fumble the name 20 minutes on the jump rope. You're on. Buck. The two nearly have their noses pressing against each other. Zander, you just realized that. Two nearly have their noses pressing against each other. They are still smiling though, so I can't be genuine taunting. Still, this is either the worst matched face-off I've seen or the closest I've ever been to a really specific porno. I think it's the porno, dude. I think it's the porno. Yeah, they're whatever the gym bro equivalent is to fucking. I look forward to seeing it tomorrow, Red. I'll be keeping track. Bucky's voice had a bit of a lilt on the last sentence, giving his teasing intent. Two separated with laughter, with Bucky's hands moving up to ruffle Redline's hair as he turned onto me. And you? I shake myself back into the conversation now that I've been addressed. You'll be joining us in class tomorrow, too? Bucky's voice is cheery, almost hopeful that I'll be present. I give a half-hearted shrug, gesture to my right shoulder. Not sure if you saw my fight the other day. Got dislocated shoulder. So I've got physical therapy in the morning. The kangaroo nods in understanding. A few more men walk down the hall, patting Bucky on the back. He greets them in passing before looking at me again. I'm sorry to hear. As much as we'd love to put you to work, we can't have a fighter with a busted arm. Rest up until you're cleared and we'll get you right back up to speed. His paw bumps Redline's backside. And he nods to us both. I've gotta head out. You two have a good night, yeah? With a little short hop that turns into a trot, Bucky jogs down the hall toward the cluster of friends. I watch him go and turn back to Redline. The smell of the weight room is still very fresh as people are still trickling out. Probably finishing their routine for the night before heading down the cafeteria. He starts moving forward and I follow suit subconsciously. What do you think of Buggy? Buggy was nice. It is pretty nice to meet someone that's not talking down to me. Someone that hasn't really tried to insult me yet. So, I would say that Redline hasn't insulted you really too. He made fun of you, but I don't think he was like mean to you. But whatever you say, Zander. So, I don't think Redline or Drayden intended to come across as offensive. Oh, he addresses even what I'm saying. Ah! So maybe I shouldn't be too hard on them. Hopefully they can learn to think before they speak. You're a bit of a hard case, huh, Mr. All right, I need to go on a break. I'll be right back. Okay, we are home free, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back. Let's go. He's all right. Is he hard on you guys? Redlines lets out a cheery laugh. Thank you. Thank you, King Alpha. Woo! Yeah. We are home free now. Of course. I'm not really averse to working hard, but the way he confirmed that already has me feeling exhausted. But hey, I can do 100 push-ups without breaking a sweat. So I'd say it's worth it, right? I can't really argue with that. I haven't seen the results myself, but that sounds like what a good trainer should do. Maybe it's just the thought of working with my damaged arm. But I'm not sure. I'm looking forward to the next class. I'll have to make sure I don't mix up his name. Almost be an issue. But with how casually Redline throws it out, it's almost like he does it on purpose, sort of masochistic exercise routine. I mean, our little himbo is our bottom, huh? He chats at me for a bit as we walk through the growing sea of sweaty men. As if you don't like that. Shocking none that the bottoms are roommates, yeah. There's a number of closed wooden doors lined across the wall. To our right, a staircase, and to our left, a short hallway. A heavy chlorine scent wafted from that direction, so I'm guessing that's the pool! Points down the hall. It's that way. I'm not sure how much of a swimmer you are. Not too often. And cocks his head. Oh, really? Any reason? A little bit. A little bit. You know? Not much packing down there? Might be because he has a bit of a musk thing going on. For himself. I shrug. Just never been a big fan. Deer aren't bad swimmers by any stretch, but it's never really been something I've taken to. It's like running, but with heavy equipment on, and I could just be doing that instead of having to keep my head above water. You're missing out. I love a good swim after a heavy day in the gym. I mean, of course you do. You're a hyena. Water rinses all the sweat out and clears my mind. And they have a hoop and a beach ball in there. So it's nice to dunk on some of the other guys in water basketball. You can actually do a slam dunk. He fidgets for a second before a nervous giggle is forced out. I mean, I don't actually dunk the ball. I'm not tall enough, but I'd like to think I'll get there someday. Someday, Redline. And gesture to the series of doors, where a weird kind of light focused against. There's a weird kind of light focused against the wall, almost like it's trying to draw attention to itself. And this, more gyms? Nope. This is the entertainment wing. Well, they call it the enrichment center, but that makes it sound like we're lab rats. It gives a bit of a non-committal hand wave, accompanied by a high-pitched sound of confusion. I was gonna say animals, but yeah, basically. A weirdly sterile name for a place like this, but maybe it's just to sound impressive. Redline's already gone ahead to the entrance of the wing. There follows suit. The library. Enrichment Center is pretty pretentious name for a normal looking library. Redline is standing with his hands on his hips, smiling wide as ever. What do you think? I feel so enriched. He laughs. His laugh jumps out at me. Should be used to how sudden it can be, but it must be more surprising in silence of the library. The rest of the people sitting around reading must have a lot of also not expected a sudden laugh, judging by the general angry looks on their face. It's definitely not as stuck as your standard library, but it's got a lot of non-fiction stuff. Like history books? Tilts his head. No, more like self-help? You know, learning books. Books that you learn from, textbooks and stuff. He is a genius in describing things, ladies and gentlemen. He really is. Looking around, there are a lot of people reading at the tables. A few of them have some notebooks out, scribbling down notes, having some quiet discussions amongst themselves. I follow Redline as he moves out of the library. Bro's got 1,000 IQ. He really does. He got max on the intelligence throw. That is for sure, dude. I follow Redline as he moves out of the library, passing by the raccoon fellow I saw earlier. He's got some sort of art tutorial book open to a notebook, scribbled strewn across one page. We go through a door opposite from the pool that leads down a unique looking hallway, modern architecture, pretty impressive lighting. It stands out from the rest of the facility so far. You misplaced the decimal, but that's okay. No, not the decimal. Come on. I love my little fellow. At the end of the hall is a grand looking steel door, and that looks like it was designed to blend into the wall. There's a black panel on the wall to the right side. Redline steps up, tapping the LED screen to life. Okay, cool. Looks like it's free for a few hours. Another few taps and door slides open. Oh, shit! Look at that. It's a beach bar. I mean, an underground beach bar with, like, probably... Now, this is not real, but looks nice. The bright light burns my eyes before I have the chance to turn away. Once I manage to adjust, Redline leads me through the open door onto a giant deck hanging over a beach. Behind us, the sun shines down, filling the space with glorious light. Barely notice the change in temperature, but I can tell it's a bit warmer in here, with the way my shirt gently sticks to my body. This is the immersion chamber. My hands grip the railing, tracing along it as I move the length of the deck. My eyes close and I take a moment to breathe in the salty air. A cool breeze filters past my ears, twitching from its influence. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore, the warmth of the sun on my fur. I try to soak it in for as long as I can. Pretty cool, right? It's beautiful. It's alright. It's alright. I don't remember seeing anything like this on the promo material or contract or anything really. Redline's already moved up next to me, hands on the railing as he looks out over the sea. Yeah, so this area is kind of reserved for higher tier fighters. We are not really supposed to be here. I frown. It's okay, as long as no one's booked it, people don't really mind if I'm here. But yeah, people will host parties or some post-fight celebrations or whatever really in here. Sometimes they'll invite me. It's pretty cool. They even decorate it for the holidays and stuff, too. How does this work? We are underground. He moves backwards to the door. There's a black panel along the wall on the inside of the room, too. That's right. So this screen controls basically the whole room. Time of the day, temperature, wind, tide, you name it. But when the simulation is off, with a few taps, the sunlight fades away. It just looks like this. Actually, the whole skyline disappears, replaced with a dull white light. The waves are still resting calmly against the sand. Okay, is this like the apocalypse outside? Why can't they go outside? They are underground. They are in this underground facility. And apparently you cannot leave until you finish your contract. That's kind of the gist of it. Or at least the gist I got from it. So yeah. I can feel my heart sink a little as everything turns sterile. Quiet is nice, but for a few seconds, it's deafening silence. As quickly as the scenery had vanished, it returns. The sound of the waves splashing once more, flowing through the air. I really ask myself who's holding all that up and who's funding all of that. Because I can't imagine that this like fighting organization is just held up by some weirdos having subscription to their streaming service. And like I said, time of day. Ooh, we can make it romantic in here. A few seconds pass and the sun dips down below the horizon. With it, a fake moon rises in the opposite side of the room. So it's not real. Of course it's not real. Also, they have internet surveillance, yeah. Redline moves back where he was before, standing next to me along the railing. Well, no, like you said, we're really far underground. Kind of hard to get real sunlight down here. But it does a good job of imitating it. You could probably get a tan if you stayed out long enough. Been trying to block Redline out as he spoke, my eyes closed and had taken the ocean air. The cool breeze, the salty scent, the sound of the waves. None of this is real. I will say it's missing something. He has a really good habit of breaking my concentration. I can't really put my finger on it, but it's just uncanny enough to bother me. I miss the real thing too. But hey, the view is nice. Right? And look out at the fabricated sea. How dare he interrupt my... Iroh! Yeah, how dare Redline do that? Red, you absolute buffoon. Yeah. We stay there for a while. At night, I dream of the ocean. All right, go ahead and pull. My hand wraps around an elastic band, pulling it gently across my chest and returning it to the side. I repeat this motion a few times with Drayden holding the other end of the band. How's your shoulder feel? Fine, actually. He takes a sip of his coffee and winces. It smells really sweet. Ow, hot. Oh, that's good. You said it was giving you some trouble yesterday. Yeah, it was aching a bit, but I think that was caused by other stuff. What happened? Nothing, just... Bruce did assault me, but I'd rather not bring that up. Hard to think of an excuse when I'm put on the spot. I can't just use Redline as a scapegoat, right? Aw, come on. Don't use Redline as a scapegoat. Redline got excited and yanked me around all over the place. He chokes up a laugh into his coffee. That'll do. I'd hoped he'd be a little bit more careful, knowing your situation, but I can't really do much about him once he gets excited. Use him as a... Can't say that on YouTube, no sire. Probably not. I know how that goes. He tried to talk my ear off the one time we met. But yeah, be careful with that one. You don't need to tell me. Another small laugh from the feline as he takes another sip from setting the cup to the side. He moves behind me, holding my shoulder gently. It's like he's handling some fragile artifact. Can you squeeze your shoulder blades together for me? I follow suit. It's actually a nice stretch back there. I should do this more often. Drayden tilts his head to the left, giving an even better stretch along the right side of my neck. Very good. Any pain at all? Nope. Good. He comes back around to my front, scribbling something down on his clipboard. So, how was your first day, aside from Ned really nearly breaking your arm? I mean, I'm trying not to think about a lot of what happened yesterday. Fine. That's all I really want to say. There's a bit of silence where Drayden just sort of smiles at me. He takes a drink from his cup of tea. I guess he's expecting more. Redline showed me around a bit and I met a coach. I was halfway through his drink, but he stopped when I mentioned the coach. Thank you for reminding me. Since I'm discharging you fully today, got your coach assignment. Assignment? Drayden nods, flip through his clipboard. It's just to get you acquainted with how we work down here. You're free to choose different coaches once to make some progress, but it's a good idea to stick with the same one for a bit. Can't really contest that. Coaches work best when they know their fighters' work. The more a fighter changes coaches, the more time the coach has spent finding the fighter's limits and capabilities. It's kind of a waste of time that you could use training to get stronger. Looks like you've got Coach Bucky. Bucky? Yep, he's a big kangaroo fella. Well, that's a nice coincidence. No, I know, Redline actually introduced us last night. Oh, great! I get more of his students sent my way than from the other coaches, so he must be working them hard. Either that, or they aren't learning to dodge too well. Drayden lost a bit. There's a beat of silence. Don't tell him I said that. Pay me! My lips are sealed. What are we doing here, huh? What are we doing here? Are our lips sealed? Pay me. My lips are sealed. Oh. I'm just gonna say my lips are sealed for now. But I'm gonna put another save in. I don't even know what we are doing. He laughs gently and taps his pen on his clipboard. I appreciate it. I don't think he'd really do anything about it, but I'd rather not get on his bad side. Yeah, be nice to Drayden. Depends, do you want your doctor to like you? I guess it's probably better for the doctor to like me. And I'm not being an ass about it, I guess. Yeah, I think I want the coach to like, the doctor to like me. Things are a lot easier when people get along. Especially down here cooped up in this facility. It can really drive men to do some weird stuff, you know? Like looking for snuff porn. Cabin fever and all that. Can't help but to glare at him. Cabin fever is usually intense, right? I think I saw a movie about it once. No, that's not that kind of cabin fever you're talking about. It's not a virus, dude, like... Isn't that dangerous? Tilts his head, thinking for a moment. I might have exaggerated a bit when I said that. I mean, yes, it can be dangerous, but I don't think anyone down here is capable of going insane. Maybe just a bit stir-crazy, that's all. I suppose that's what they give you vacation time. And they give you vacation time. Vacation time? They give us vacation time? Yep, didn't anyone tell you? I suppose you were in the medbay for longer than most would have been. Must have slipped through the cracks, sorry about that. But yes, you're allotted a total of 2 vacation days for every win you get. You can rack them up for enough time for a nice long trip. For every win I get, my enemy is fucking Bruce! I will not win! I will be trapped down here forever! This is not relevant. Why are you telling me this, doctor? I could feel my ears fold down. I don't know why I would even want to leave, though. Not like there's anything waiting for me above ground. Raiden sort of pauses uncomfortably. Listen, you win 2 days vacate time. Your opponent wins 2 weeks hospital time. Yeah. Oh my god. Sorry, knowing your situation makes this all probably pretty depressing. My eyes start away. How are you feeling about that, by the way? My eyes narrow and my head drops slightly. I don't answer. I don't know how to answer. I know it's I know it seems impossible, but I know you can overcome this. Thanks. There's another moment of silence. He's probably trying to find a way to spin this into something positive. Can I talk to the commissioner? Drayden's face freezes up, with his eyes starting down to his clipboard. He starts to shimmy the pen from side to side, his fingers almost like a nervous tick. It's I'll see what I can do. I'd wish he'd at least look me in the eyes. I don't say this is to discourage you or anything, but it's really hard to get a hold of the commissioner. It would be a good idea to focus on your training right now. He sighs, waiting a second before scribbling something out on another sheet of his clipboard. But I'll do what I can. Thanks. There's a bit more of awkward silence between us. He probably feels bad, but I don't really know what I was expecting. I knew this before coming into this place. I'm the only one that controls what happens to me. Even with this unfortunate circumstance, I have to persevere. There's no point in hoping other people can save me now. So, you look back up at Drayden. Sorry, clears his throat. This will get figured out. We'll get this figured out. It has to get figured out, one way or the other. Thanks. Drayden gives me a pleasant smile, scribbling something down in his notebook. Well, if there's nothing else I can help you with, I'd say you are free to go. You can start training too. Just be careful, you know. Your ligaments are still newly recovered. No point in breaking them again so soon. I make my way to the door. Right, I'll do my best. That's all we can do, Alex. I twitch slightly at hearing that name. Slow breathe in, slow breathe out. Thanks. Is he like a schizophrenic? Did he... I don't know, man. Something with that Alex thing is way off. Way fucking off. I don't really feel bad that I had left the medbay in a bit of a huff. Not just the name thing. I could tell him to call me Zander, but he probably wouldn't bother. I'm still just be Alex to him. Either that or PTSD. Drayden doesn't need to hear about everything that goes outside of my medical emergencies. Complaining never got anyone anywhere. The only thing that gets shit done is action. Granted, my actions are limited at the moment, but running to Drayden when I get pushed around won't fix this. I'll just look like a little kid running to their mommy on the playground. We are adults. Even if Bruce acts like a brat, and even if Redline can be childish, whatever, this will get solved eventually. It can either win or lose until I die. Drayden was right about one thing. I need to focus on my training. Complaining got people quite a far distance, actually. That is also true. Sometimes if you complain, it gets you far. Helps to vent sometimes. After I left his office, I went straight back to my room, changed into my gym clothes, made my way down to the gym. Redline was gone off. Having breakfast probably. I already had mine before physio. I will say walking around without an escort is still a little bit strange. Not that I miss Redline or anything like that. I enjoy being alone. Just can't shake the feeling that someone is watching me. Like I have to watch my step, or I'll do something I'm not supposed to. I can't really pinpoint why that is. Maybe I'm just anxious. Maybe I'm traumatized. Still, revolutions is a censored word. Have you heard of revolutions? They wouldn't happen if people thought they were the only ones. Hey, Zander! Oh, it went through. Odd. Yeah, so about the chat. YouTube automatically, and by extent also OBS, automatically selects what they are called. Let me tell you. Top chat. And top chat are filters some stuff out, like potential spam or whatever YouTube seems weird, right? And I select now live chat, which is just the entire live chat unfiltered. So everything should come through right now. But don't forget to switch it, because it's automatically always top chat. Always. Hey, Zander! So much for silence. Redline pulls up next to me, clapping his hand against my back. Kind of stings. Good morning, man! Morning. He walks backwards now, facing me as we walk. You were really quiet this morning. I'm usually a light sleeper, but I didn't even notice you were gone. Thanks. I had a lot of practice sneaking around. How'd your thing with Drayden go? You cleared to fight? Redline narrowly avoids bumping into a rhino who was intensely focused on his phone. Yep, and you should probably take care of where you're going. Ian laughs. I've got eyes in the back of my head, Zander. I'm fine. See? Watch this. What? Redline moves directly into a rather burly kangaroo man who stands unmoved while Redline stumbles forward. I didn't bother telling him Bucky had been standing in our path for the last 20 seconds or so, next to the open gym door room. Bucky smiles. All right there, Red. You know, watch your going, little man. Redline hammers a fist playfully at on Bucky's chest. Sorry, Buck. There you go. Kangaroo's paws move to ruffle Redline's hair gently. Wait. The kangaroo's paw moved to ruffle Redline's hair, gently shoving him toward the open door to his left. Go get started on the jump ropes then, Red. They both laugh and Redline follows the momentum into the gym. Bucky turns back on me. And Zander, good to see you this morning. I nod. I take it you go to the go-ahead from Drayden? Yep. He told me to be careful though. Makes sense, don't want to go breaking anything else. We'll take it easy today. Get in there and start warming up. Follow suit, moving through the door into the space. One half of the room is wide open, an empty space where people are standing around, stretching or walking. There's only a few people in there. That makes sense considering a lot of folks are probably off having breakfast. Along the back padded wall are a few bags of various shapes and sizes. Heavy bags, speed bags, all suspended off the ground by chains. At the end of the room, a large mat with a circle on it, clean and empty, waiting for fighters to use it. Seems similar than the one used in the official fights, but big enough to spar in it. Of course, Redline is there here too, twirling the jump rope up and down around his body like he promised Bucky. A few people had gathered around him chatting while they stretched. It seems so easy for people to like him to just talk with others. I don't understand how he's so quick to make friends, especially with the speed he's jumping rope. Most people would be too focused on their breathing, but he's pacing himself well from what it looks like. I stopped my stretching as well, keeping to the corner, focus on myself. The right shoulder really needs this. Can feel the muscle releasing that tension it had been building up since the incident. Alright boys, let's get going! Bucky claps in his hands a few times and jogs into the space. Everyone stops talking and turns their attention to him. Redline is still jumping the ropes in place. Bucky slides up next to me, actually patting me semi-aggressively on the back. You'll see we got a new guy joining us. This is Zander, everyone. You want to introduce yourself? Their eyes turn to me now. They're all staring, hopeful, excited. Not excited, they're at least expecting something. Redline looks excited, but that seems to be his default state. He's really whipping that rope around fast. Right, the introductions. Hi, I'm Zander. I've been fighting for a while now, What more am I supposed to say? That I got an arm broken by the biggest guy in the league? I'd rather not be what I'm known. I'd rather not that be what I'm known. What was that sentence? Wait. I'd rather not that be what I'm known as here. I mean, that sentence is probably correct, but holy shit, man. And they probably already know all about that. So I can't really give them any new information. It's not. But I guess Bucky can tell I'm floundering. Or at least there's a much better way to do it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I meant. Holy fuck, that was a weird construction. Guess Bucky can tell I'm floundering as he slaps my back once again with an awkward chuckle. You send a warm welcome today, alright? Gonna be training with us from now on. I expect everyone to give him the same amount of respect I give you guys, alright? A number of guys nodded at me, saying a few welcoming words. I see a few in the back whisper to each other, but I can't tell what they are saying. Bucky's hand sits on my shoulder, patting it gently. I'd rather not have that be what I'm known for, yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. He'll be working with me today. The rest of you start getting warmed up for light sparring. Redline started to open his mouth. Red, you keep on that jump rope. Zander, come this way. Bucky moves towards the heavy bags lined up against the wall, carrying a pair of training gloves in one hand. I follow suit. The rest of the guys have already got their hand wraps on, spreading out across the gym and warm up. They chat amongst themselves. They are mostly around my size, but a few of them are a little bit bigger. I guess Bucky doesn't mind having some different weight classes here. A sharp whistle pierces my ear, calling my attention back to Bucky and the heavy bag he was stationed next to. He pats the back and tosses me the gloves. You doing alright? You've had group classes, I'm sure. I'm not undoing the Velcro on the gloves. Yeah, for a while. They're cheap. Bucky chuckles at that. Smart. Coaches can be hit or miss, but you're here. So I assume they did it here well. It doesn't look like you brought a hand wraps. But that's fine, I don't want you sparring just yet. I don't think to bring my hand wraps or gloves down to the gym with me. Makes sense to bring them, I just forgot. And hand wraps are used to protect knuckles. But I don't. But I normally don't need that kind of protection when I'm training. I don't know what to expect down here just yet though. So maybe I should be bringing them just in case. If you didn't bring any to FANG, that's fine. I'm sure Red or someone has some they can spare. Redline calls out from somewhere behind me now. Still jumping rope. I got a bunch you can borrow. Focus on your breathing, Red. Double time. The whipping of the rope against the floor speeds up. Bucky looks back down at me. But like I was saying, those gloves will do just fine. Back gloves thinner and lighter than normal sparring gloves, so I can practice striking faster. We are still getting your arm back up to speed, so I'll hold the bag for you. I just want a few 1-2 combos, alright? Take it slow. I nod and close my eyes. Slow breathe in, slow breathe out. My feet shift out. My left sliding towards step with the heel angled out. My right slides back a bit, angling its toes out. Bending the knees ever so slightly, coming down as my weight presses down on the back of my foot. My hips twist to the right. And my shoulder follow through, firing my left arm out into the back. Connects with a hiss spraying out of my gritted teeth. Pressing my hips back to the left as my right arm pistons forward. Another hiss forces its way out as the punch lands, and I noticed my expression has changed. Crunching up my face as I force my aggression onto the back. Bucky has been bracing himself against the back, clutching it tight, but even he takes a step back as my punch lands. Wow, now easy there, Zander. I said take it slow. Snap my glare into his eyes. I'm not sure why. I don't want to intimidate him. Yeah, I think Zander or Alex might have either schizophrenia or something like a multiple person syndrome. That he's like two people, and Zander himself is like basically the normal form, and Alex is like the other more darker version of him. Zander ain't all that mentally healthy. He's not. Like, he suffers totally from anxiety. And we've seen that a bunch of times actually. Now, but he's also kinda, I don't know, different in the brain. He really is. Sorry. That was good though. You caught me off guard. But remember, we're warming up. I know you want to fight, but you can't go messing up your arm again. Alright? Take it easy this time. And not in focus back on the back. It's clearly weathered after taking so many punches over the years. Even then, it'll probably last longer down here than I will. That's a depressing thought. But it kind of pisses me off. I'm so fucking frustrated. I need to take it out on this. On something. Bucky's hand twitch and I see him still watching me patiently. Deep breath, Zander. Take it easy. Force all the anger down for now. My hips turn slow and my punch reaches out to the back. The leathers collide and part gently. Good. I twist the opposite direction, my right reaching out in a similar fashion. There we go. All I want you to do is to focus on your form right now. Nice and slow. My punches, if I can call them that, continue in a similar fashion. Slow, gentle taps against the back as my feet stay planted. This goes on for a while. The rest of the class continues their sparring. The temperature in this room seems to rise. I almost ask if they can crack a window open, but that's not exactly an option down here. We continue for a while, and after Redline finishes his jump roping, he joins us on the next back over. Bucky moves away from me to inspect the other students, correcting their form and physique as they train. They are all moving so fast, swapping partners every so often, laughing as they test each other's techniques. Doing alright, Zander? Red calls over from the other back, leaning up against it. He's worked up quite a sweat, but it's to be expected after what he's done so far. Yep, just learn another combo slow like before, but with a little extra power behind it. That can't help but speak flatly with him. At least for right now. Everyone else clearly has shown their prowess in the class. Feels like I'm taking remedial boxing for beginners. As if I haven't been doing that for over a decade now. I look like a fucking idiot. You're doing great! I look back up at Redline. I love Redline. I really do. Fucking love this little cheerleader. It's probably hard without your full range of motion right now, but it's looking really solid. Keep up the good work. He claps me on the shoulder. He walks past towards a few people behind me. Thanks. I don't know if he heard that or not. I guess it doesn't matter either way. Dude, like, you need to be a little bit, just tiny little bit nicer, right? To Redline. Redline is like, he really likes you, dude. He's an absolute sweetheart. Class continues like this for a while. The rest of the class moves on to heavier exercises. While I change up the combo on my back, Redline gets himself into more trouble, but watching him stay quiet and work twice as hard as the rest of us is computing somehow. After a while, Bucky calls for the end of the class. Alright boys, good work today. Redline is still off to the side doing some punishment crunches. As you all know, we've got a rite of passage where when someone new joins our squad, the rest of the men turn to look at me. I think I can tell where this is going, and I move a bit back toward the center of the room. Bucky nods at me and smiles. Everyone gets a free body shot at the newbie. I roll my eyes and lift my arms. They did the same thing at my old gym. A number of guys line up in front of me. Either they're all wearing training gloves, but I don't really mind either way. After a bit of talking, the first one steps up, reels back, and I tense my abs. The blow makes contact, slamming against my body as I hiss out. It didn't really hurt as much as I thought it would, though there are a lot more to go. He moves on and the next one steps up, taking a second to aim a shot. Another thump, another hiss, and he moves on. Conditioning is important, especially when it comes to taking punches. This also makes for a good ab exercise, so I can't really complain. The line shortens with each punch, forcing a well-timed hiss out of my mouth. It's good to spit some air out when I get hit, at least when I can't predict it, as it makes my body tense up and can make it easier to take a hit. A few more pass through and the punches finally start to sting. My abs would be a nice shade of red if anyone could see them under the shirt. Only one left to go. Redline moses up to me. He's absolutely drenched in sweat and his mouth is slightly open with his tongue hanging out. You alright, Zander? Even his voice sounds exhausted. I suppose it's a given, seeing how hard Bucky worked him today. He still sounds excited though, but that'll probably never really go away. And like in German, I don't know if there's even a English phrase for that, but somebody like Redline, we would call a Steh-auf-Männchen. Somebody who's always getting up again. Somebody who is full of energy. I don't know if that's like something that exists. Yeah, it's I don't really think it exists as an equivalent. It just has the toy translation here. It would be interesting to see how we could energize a bunny. Ray of sunshine. Yeah, it's not really an energizer bunny, but I guess that works too. And Ray of Sunshine, he's a Ray of Sunshine anyways. He's an absolute darling. My arms are still above my head, my body tensed in anticipation for the strike. A bit of a sweat drips my elbow onto the floor. Redline wastes no time shifting into his stance. In a blink of an eye, his fist finds its mark in the center of my body. Shit! With a heavy thump, I stagger back, my legs quiver before I drop to one knee. The pain resonates up my body, stinging and burning at the center even after his gloves depart. Oxygen strains itself through my gritted teeth as I try to drag it back into my control. Redline drops down as soon as I had, tossing his gloves aside to put a hand on my shoulder. Yeah, and he killed him, exactly. Shit, are you okay? My eyes meet his, along with a few other of the guys who had already had their shot. A few are laughing either among themselves or at me. I can feel my face go hot. First, Bruce embarrasses me in front of everyone twice, and now Redline's dropped me in the first class. This is so fucking humiliating. Get off! shove his hand away from my shoulder, forcing myself upright and backwards. The room goes quiet. All eyes are on me and Redline for a moment. I'm already sweating for the training, but the pressure's got me sweating cold now. Bucky claps his hands together, forcing the attention back to him. All right, great stuff today, guys. Go hit the showers. It seems to have fixed it. The men go back to chatting amongst themselves, unstrapping their gloves, moving towards the door. Make sure you get time on the treadmill sometime before tomorrow. Tries to yell over the sound of them talking, but no one seems to respond to it. I march towards the door, the sting from the blow still burning in my stomach. Zander, wait! Try to ignore his call, but Buggy sticks an arm out as I pass him by. Hold up, bud. Need my gloves back. I huff a bit of air out. My eyes refuse to connect with his as I tear the gloves off and present them. You alright there, Zander? His arms still extended, moves to prevent me from my attempt to slide past him. I'm fine. You're not, but you don't have to talk about it now. You don't want to. Go cool down, we can talk some other time. I can't help but exhale a sigh before nodding. Fine. Bucky raises his arm like a barricade and I hurry out of the gym. Since the day I got here, it's been humility and pity day after day, and I'm getting fucking sick of it. Bruce has already made me look stupid twice, and now I had the chance to meet new people, but Redline had to go in and fuck that up too. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. My path back to the stairwell is cut off by a crowd of people headed to the cafeteria. I really can't be bothered to fight my way through that. My only other option is to turn around, use the stairwell at the end of the hall. That one at least gives me an easy access to my room. I thought I could handle that stupid punching tradition well enough. I did at my last gym, but I'm not sure why these guys are any different. Yeah, it's not fair. I mean, Redline really didn't mean it like to but yeah, humiliate you, but it's okay. I guess he has his issues there. Well, these are professional fighters. It makes sense that they'll be stronger than the guys I'm used to. Why the hell did Redline have so much power? I didn't think I was too tired to take that, but it still stings. I can't seem to get a win anywhere. It's like this place is out to get me. Now I look like an idiot for leaving the gym in such a rush. I can still feel sweat dropping off my chin. I have been leaving a trail down the hallway. This is this whole time? Probably not uncommon down here, but still gross. Passing by the gym, I can see a red line, but that's for the best. Can't see a red line. I can't see a red line, but that's for the best. I don't want to see him right now. The rest of the hallway is pretty quiet. On the way to the stairwell, everyone's off at lunch, so I got some time to get a change of clothes and shower. Closing the heavy metal door's latch echoes up through the space. It's cold and quiet. The chatter from down the hall is completely silenced behind this door. The silence is quickly broken, though. A breathy sigh comes from somewhere above me. My ears flick to aim toward it. Whoever gave that sigh starts moving on the staircase. I wait a moment to see if I can turn, and they're coming toward me. Quiet enough to hear a pin drop, or at least enough to hear the sound of my sweat dripping onto the cement floor. Draws my attention for a second. Gross. Yeah, he's not healthy. There's something going on with my guy here. I guess they're going further away. How far up does this go? Move up the stairwell. Keep my ears out of for anyone back there. Looking up, I can't see the end of the staircase. Not that it's very well lit here regardless. I think he's in a hallucination or illusion right now. I get to the second floor of the stairwell and open the door. No, he's not. Finally away from the rest of the people. I take some time to get a fresh change of clothes from my room and head to the showers. Halfway down the second floor hallway, there's a massive communal shower room opposite of the bathrooms. There are 4 rows of showers, each barriered on either side with a brick wall. Near one wall is a bunch of hooks and benches for people to keep their clothes while they wash up. This place is normally packed, even with a second shower room down the opposite end of the hall. Not too bad now that there's no one around, though. These guys can be really annoying, even when people are just trying to wash up. I'll have to come back more often when it's less crowded. I toss my clothes on a bench and carry my all-in-one body wash into the nearest stall. I crank up the faucet knob and a gush of cold water fires from the shower head. Oh yeah, that sounds good. Cold shower. Managed to avoid the initial spray though. I can feel it's chilly from stray droplets against my fur. Turn the hot water knob as high as it will go. But the temperature doesn't increase much. Even after a few minutes. Guess the hot water's all used up. I sigh and step into the frigid spray, immediately tensing up as the water strikes my spine. My breathing stutters and my muscles convulse for a second as they're exposed. But after a few seconds, my body loosens up. I can breathe slowly and smoothly now. The body wash lathers up nicely. Smells kind of minty too. The bottle calls it charcoal chill. Guess that explains the black coloring. Not sure what that has to do with mint. Someone enters the shower room. Zander? Christ, I really don't want to talk right now. I sigh. What? Redline moves in front of my shower stall. Are you okay? I can't help but to look at him. He has no problem staring at my naked body. Here I am, fully nude, half covered in suds. And he's able to casually stroll in and talk with me. Yeah, don't you think he has seen a bunch of naked dudes in his time here? Maybe there's nothing to it. He just wants to talk. I'm gesture to my body. Seems to get the picture. Oh right, sorry. He moves to the other side of the wall. Are you okay? I'm fine. Maybe he's used to it. Because he's a dude. That too. Cold water rinses some soap off my fur. Did I do something wrong in class? I'm fine, Redline. I thought I hurt you or something. I am. Did I embarrass you? I didn't mean. I am fine, Redline. I don't really like raising my voice, but he doesn't seem to understand I want to be alone right now. Quiet for a second. Well, if you say so. There's another pause. I'm going to grab lunch. I'll save your seat, okay? Waits a few seconds for my response. I'm debating not giving one. Okay. Thanks. For sure, man. Redline leaves, leaving me alone with my thoughts. And this fucking freezing water. Now, imagine if you and Redline would be good buddies. He would have thrown his clothes off just for you, Zander, got with you into the cold water, and exchanged some good old body heat with you. But you had to be an asshole, Zander. You had to send him away. It's all your undoing, Zander, and it is all your fault. I squirt a bit more soap onto my hand, and I run it through my hair, rubbing it over my scalp and around the base of my antlers. They are already growing in a bit. I don't want to get them trimmed until I absolutely have to. At least Redline's not here to deal with my shitty attitude. I feel like such an ass. I was an ass. Well, at least you understand that you were an ass. Redline didn't mean to embarrass me. I wasn't expecting it. He tried to apologize and I shut him down. I should probably apologize. The churning at the thought of that makes me think it won't be too easy to do. I'll see how he's feeling at lunch. The rest of the suds rinse out of my hair, and after scrubbing down the rest of my body, I turn off the shower. It's a lot warmer in my towel than in the stall. Part of me misses my hairdryer, my old place, as shitty as it was. Whatever. Dried off fresh clothes. And the old clothes is tossed haphazardly onto my bed. Honestly, Zander is what, at least 20. He's lived with bad parents apparently, and he clearly isn't doing great. Why hasn't he learned a coping mechanism yet? I've learned at least 3 by the age of 13. I mean, everyone in that regard, everyone is different, and Zander, I feel like, didn't have a lot of chances to develop coping mechanisms, because you also have to always keep in mind that sometimes you just can't develop a coping mechanism. Or he has, and we haven't seen it yet, and it's a pretty bad coping mechanism. Because the way you cope unguided can also be really bad for you. It was pretty bad for me, and still is pretty bad for me. I should be actively more working on that issue actually, but that's going too far. In any case, you can develop coping mechanisms, but they can be bad. And maybe one of his coping mechanisms is that he developed a second persona, Alex. We still don't know who Alex is, but Alex actually seemingly exists. And that's what we need to find out, right? This is why we're reading this. Because it's interesting. It's really interesting what they are doing here. Something I should work on, to be honest. No, it's fine. It's why we talk about, you know? And if it feels weird to you, I feel like it's a good thing that you vocalize it too. Because we all have different experiences. We all come from different backgrounds. And this kind of exchange is how we learn and grow. At least I see it that way. We don't do it in an aggressive manner, obviously. And yeah, like I said, I mean, I glaze a lot over Redline because he's just such a sweetheart. I love this character. But I can also see him getting pretty fucking annoying if you have to spend a lot of time with him. Like, I think you have to actively reel him in. Redline's gym clothes are strewn out on his bed too. I guess he's still at lunch. Probably should make my way down. It's a lot shittier than normal, I guess. Never been here while it's full. Redline's at the table he usually sits at. And there's a bunch of other guys seated around him. He flags me down, smiling as big as ever, as he motions to an empty seat next to him. Yo, Zander! He nearly has to yell to hear over the chatter in the room. I drop down into the seat with my tray of food. Yeah, it does, Ivano. It really does. I didn't know what to expect, but so far I'm having a lot of fun reading this. It's shaping up to be pretty good. Could be up there with Arches and Echo. Not sure if it's like I've coped since I was 7. Holy shit, that's a long time of coping. I hope you find a way out and a mechanism to like get out of the rut, Beastman. The rest of the men around are still in their own conversations. Zander, meet my butts. This is Iggy, JJ, Ollie. He rattles off a bunch of names as he gestures to each of them. Some of them nod back between bites of food. The others are still wrapped in their conversations. I recognize a few of them from the class earlier, actually. I think we're missing a few. Rick and Gabe are on vacation, right? Redline's friend. Yeah, I saved enough money to hit the surface for a few weeks. Redline nods. Good for them, honestly. They were looking pretty run down, especially Gabe tore his ACL. Oh, that's fucked. Oh, torn ACL is fucking dense, dude. Like, the Badger that piped up knots. Kinda crowded today, huh? Huh? Oh, yeah, I guess so. Doesn't surprise me, though. I guess we did come down at peak lunch hours. I love when we use name tags as a way of showing how the characters think. My nerves go a little numb, but I think take an awkward breath and look at Redline. Wait. It skipped again. I can't go back. Like, there's something he wants to say and then the speaker. There's no way. Ah. Hey, listen, Redline, I wanted to apologize. Thanks. I didn't think of that, Wildfire. Sometimes I'm a dummy. Speakers from the ceiling, I assume, played a bit of feedback as someone taps the microphone. Redline's ears shoot up. Testing, testing. A bit of cheer erupts from around the cafeteria. Can't seem to pick up the source of the voice, but everyone seems to turn to the center of the space at the top of the mini staircase. Theodore, the nervous rabbit that visited me in the med bay, stands with a microphone in his hands. Theodore. Good afternoon, everyone. The voice of the crowd almost drowns out Theodore over the loudspeakers. I turn to Redline. What's going on? I have to yell over the noise. Redline just beams back. All right, this is your first time, huh? Tail starts sweeping back and forth. It's matchmaking day, dude. As you all know, it's that time of the month. The timid little thing raises a shaky hand holding an envelope. He tries to open it with one hand. Kind of awkward, but he manages. I'm sure you're all just as excited as I am to know what this month's fights are going to be. You sound excited! Someone yells over the crowd, which had managed to die down a bit in anticipation, but immediately roars back up. The rabbit's ears twitch. Face goes blank as he tries to hurriedly read up through the list. This Friday, that's in 2 days. First up in the lightweight division would be Maddie. As Theodore reads off the name, a cheer erupts from one of the cafeteria as a lean monkey rises from his seat. And he goes against Mickey. Mickey's name causes the men around me to cause an uproar as well. A lynx fellow seated across from me stands up as the rest of the table applauds. Redline's Fred starts pounding the table as Mickey makes his way up to Theodore, where Matthew is already standing. The two stare at each other, down for a few seconds, as the crowd cheers before shaking hands and making their way back to their seats. I wanna know how many fighters are down here. I still cannot. I know I'm annoying, but I still can't really fathom how many people are down here and how much money this costs to run. We'll probably find out at the end of everything that it was all in Zander's heads. None of this ever happened. Zander made it all up. Probably 50 to 100. Fuck me, that's one hell of an operation. Even if it's just 100 in each, or not in each division, but if it's like, I don't know, you have what, lightweight, middleweight, heavyweight, super heavyweight. You have like 4 categories. Wait, is it welterweight or I don't know. I have to look it up again. I knew my weight classes at one point in mixed martial arts. It's a very big facility, man. Very, very fucking big, dude. Mickey's welcomed back to the table with a bunch of Wait, did I miss something? For a few seconds as the crowd cheers before shaking hands and make their way back to their seats. Now, there we go. Mickey's welcomed back to the table with a bunch of congratulations and pats on the back while Theodore rattles off another name followed by more cheering. Redline finishes chattering with Mickey, then turns to me. Yeah, so basically once a month. Then he goes up and lists off all the fights for the next month. That's not a lot of prep time to get ready for a fight. Redline shrugs. Since we basically spend all our time down here training, we shouldn't need much time to do a fight camp or anything like that. He flexes his biceps, patting it tenderly. These bad boys are ready to go whenever you want to give me someone. They're just waiting to see if someone as short as you exists. His friend chimes up and Redline laughs, jabbing him in the shoulder. Hey now, Zander's right here. I can feel my face get hot. I'm not that much shorter than him. Theodore's been talking a bit now, but the crowd's noise seems to die down after the previous fighter returns to their seat. He clears his throat and tugs at his shirt collar. And the moment you've all probably been waiting for. We've got a special upcoming championship fight of the heavy division at the end of the month. Another cheer from the crowd, with chants of Bruce, 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 pulsing through the men. The reigning champion Bruce will be facing off against the challenger, Alex. Hearing the name sends a shiver down my spine. The crowd kind of goes quiet, almost confused as they look for whoever that has that name. I push myself to my feet. A few heads swivel to look at me. I move through the crowd toward Theodore. What was once cheering and laughing has now turned into an uncomfortable whisper as people are shouting, asking each other too many questions. I climb the stairs to where Theodore is standing. He looks like he doesn't want to be here either. In the distance, it's Zander! Yeah, Redline. I know that guy! It's Zander! He's my friend! He's gonna kick Bruce's ass! That's how I kinda imagine Redline, honestly. Bruce isn't here. He should be easy to pick out of the crowd, but he's nowhere to be seen. As soon as I reach the top step, one voice rings out from across the cafeteria. Let's fucking go, Zander! He fucking did it! The mad lad fucking did it! I love this guy so much! So good! He's so fucking good! I love this guy! He's the best Impito ever! If we make a himbo tier list at one point, he's gonna be his own rank. He's gonna be S tier Impito. There's nothing ever that you can... Like, I don't care. Redline, Redline is the best. Yeah, he doesn't deserve stand-up, but Zander needs him, absolutely. Redline is his own rank, absolutely. Redline is just, he's like, fuck me, he is amazing. He's so good. So fucking good, dude. He's like doing the Ric Flair. I can't imagine it. Woo! This is so fucking good, dude. Why, dude? Like, dude. Everyone turns to the source, and after a second, all of Redline's friends start clapping as well, albeit a bit hesitantly. The rest of the crowd dissolves into idle chatter, confused applause or laughter. Zander's face is going to be caved in, but let's go! LFG! It takes a lot of control to keep my ears from folding down, but I know that would only make them laugh more. Alex, clear my throat. Theodore, is there any way I can talk with the commissioner? His ears twitch, and he looks away. I'm afraid once the match is made, I cannot be undone. You will have to wait after the fight is over. But Theodore bows awkwardly and hops down the steps so I can say another word. A few men harass him as he nearly runs for the exit. He's especially fast for someone so frail looking. Maybe that's why he's so fast in the first place. I think he just runs away from people. The cafeteria has got back to its usual chatter. I slog my way back to the seat. My seat at the table. Redline's got most of them entranced in conversation, but when I get close enough, he motions me to come closer. Different branch of the cafeteria looks like, yeah. You wanna tell these guys what's up? Not really. Redline lowers ears lower at that, but he turns back to his friends. He's in some weird fucked up contract, and he has to keep fighting Bruce. He hasn't really told me the details. The rest of them echo each other's confusion. A few more are badgering me with questions. I just want to eat my food, but they probably won't stop without an answer. Might as well get it over with. That's really all there is to it, honestly. I'm going to enjoy his company for as long as he's alive, which is probably less than a month at this rate. If they kill Redline, I will never play this game again. I will just never play it again. That seems to send a nervous shockwave through the group as they all ease back into their seat. Redline chimes in. Ah, shit, really? That's not great. Not great. Nah. The commissioner is... For the first time, they're all sort of quiet. Don't fuck with the commissioner, man. One of the friends speaks up and the rest echo the agreement. Yeah, I mean, they don't really know much about him, but there's a reason no one talks to him. And that is... Redline swallows a bit of food and thinks. I mean, he's like our boss. Like, we don't really need to question it. We just do our job. But this feels like a special case where that might be a risk worth taking. I don't know. Or you can just fight Bruce. Your call. The rest of the group laughs at that, but my heart only sinks into my stomach. I'm not really hungry anymore. All right. I'm gonna part here. I think this is a good way to finish it off for this week. And yeah, oh my god, we have been at it for 5 hours straight, dude. Holy shit, that's how you know it's been really good. And yeah, so I think we're going back to this definitely next Saturday. And I want to see where this goes. I really do. with Bruce and everyone else. And especially Redline, the Himbeto, our Himbeto. Yeah. Thank you for being here. Don't forget the stream tomorrow, same time, same channel, different game. And with that being said, I've been TheOrcosaurus. Thank you for watching. Thank you for joining. You've been an amazing audience as always. Thank you for being so chatty and interactive today. And I'll see you all either tomorrow or next week. Until then, take very good care of yourselves and bye-bye.